Hello, chat. Welcome out to the stream. Good morning. Outcast with that resub. Heck. Stenfos also resubscribing. Thanks, guys. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. I am not ready for a new set to be out. Let me tell you.
Sweet.
Too early. Mini Fridge, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Yeah, I just like forgot that it was out. I was actually just checking my local game store to try to do a midnight release, and their Friday and Saturdays are all completely sold out already. Damn. Unless I go to the Sunday evening one? Maybe. I'll have to figure it out. Is the PL box command still accurate? It should be, yeah. Onyx Sunken Grotto. Resubbing up to 3 years. Ow! Please don't change anything about the gameplay channel, especially the name. I love cats. All right.
Sweet.
King Hippo, thanks for that Twitch Prime. I don't know, man. I still want to update and rebrand the gameplay channel to something better. Frankly. I just think Pro Jared Plays is just kind of uninteresting, lame, and I'm still not happy with the color scheme. So, all things I would like to update or improve. Cole Wolfrun, thanks for gifting a sub out to Lampzerg. Don't forget, everybody, right now it is subtember, which means all brand new subs are 20% off, and all gifted subs are 20% off. Pro Jared Plays feels a little 2010. Yeah, exactly. Like I'd rather have like a more general name that people could find that isn't just attached to the Pro Jared name. I could almost rather I don't know what. Zaphirian, thanks for the resub. Did your first in-person draft? That's awesome, Doc Martin. Hope you had a good time. Playing whatever the hell I damn well please. Yeah. I don't know, like there's another part to it is that like there really aren't a whole lot of just like Let's Play channels left. You know? Like the format has just dissipated so much. Shadowwalk with 100 bits. Kidnapping Boomer. Just me playing my boomer games. Red Robot with a tier 3 resub up to 2 years. Thank you so much. Pro plays. Nah. Just don't go into hot tub reviews or reacts, please. I mean, I did one reaction not too long ago with a Monster Hunter movie video, and that video did way better than it had any right to. Which was kind of upsetting. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like Let's Plays. Yeah, on the Monster Hunter movie. Boss123 with 100 bits. React to the topic keywords. I mean, people always just want to see reactions. Mostly because reactions are also always hashtag relatable. And that's what the internet's all about right now. No one's making jokes on the internet. They're just trying to be relatable. That's why all the quote-unquote memes or images being spread out is always just like, me when this happens, or like, my face when. Isn't that relatable? Like, it's no joke. And then no one can make jokes anymore, so they rely on everyone's knowledge of recognizing the pop culture scene or quote to make the joke for them. That's always just like, they're not making a joke. They're just like, hey, remember when the Hulk said this? What if he said it in this context? Huh? Anyway, humor has become completely anemic, and basically people use memes to mad-lib their ways to trending. Am I doing No More Heroes 3 playthrough? Ah, man. I forgot No More Heroes 3 is out. I want to play that. Onyx, I'm gonna grab the 100 bits. You like my Pathfinder video on the main channel? Thanks, Zurinus. It's always a danger whenever I upload a video like that to the main channel. Because, quite frankly, people who follow my main channel hate that. And whenever I do that, hundreds of people unsubscribe, which always feels bad. Because I feel like anytime I release a new video and I get 100 to like 1,000 new subscribers, I think it feels good. I post a video like that and it all just goes away. Would I rather give up streaming or YouTube? I mean, if I had to pick, I'd rather give up YouTube, because at least with streaming, I feel like I can do whatever the fuck I want. Did someone take the entire Who's on First Kit and did it for D&D? Yeah. Well, that's another thing with humor, is that anytime Dharmaka Tanagra Dharmak Angelad. The thing is that whenever something works for someone and it's very funny and people like it, there's so much like me too energy that comes with that. Like, remember the first time you saw someone wearing that like inflatable dinosaur costume at some convention and they're running around doing wacky things? And everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe this dinosaur costume exists. And then suddenly that fucking inflatable dinosaur costume was at every single convention everywhere because a lot of other people were like, me too. Anyway, that's all my own personal rants about the state of humor on the internet, and I just don't like it. It makes me sad, honestly. It makes me feel less funny. Like, am I supposed to be just doing that kind of shit because that's what people like? Like, there's TikTok, there's no jokes on TikTok. All the TikTok videos are just my face when, or my reactions when this happens, to make something relatable. Ugh. Anyway, Talks, thanks to the resubs. Let's talk about Magic. Guys, there's a new freaking set coming this week. What the fuck? What's up with that? Pixo, thanks for being a brand new first baby sub of the stream. During Subtember. Yeah, so Innistrad Midnight Hunt is coming out. Which, on one hand, I'm not ready for another Magic set again. There's always a new goddamn Magic set coming out. But on the other hand, I was kind of done with Forgotten Realms, so maybe this is good timing. But yeah, we'll go through this. We can talk this out, and I do not consider my opinion on this to be the end-all, be-all rating by any means, but I still think this is good to do for anyone because it just helps you. Just getting in that mindset of being able to rate and grade a card can be extremely helpful for anyone looking to improve at limited or even looking at from a construction standpoint, any of that. I think it's just a good idea to do. So it's good to have that thought process. Did you guys want to start with the gold cards to see what the color pairs are meant to do, or just go through the colors? I mean, we should probably talk about the mechanics a bit first. Not good cards, gold cards. All right. Let's go through this. So, we'll go over mechanics real quick first. Yeah, maybe it would be smart for me to look at the gold cards first. On the cover, thanks for the resub. What did I think of the mutate mechanic from Akroria? It was alright. Yeah, we'll do gold cards, then Wooburg by mana value. So, the big thing with Innistrad is that you can now change the board state from day to night. It starts off being nothing. Like, it's neither day nor night. In some cards, when they come out, say, if it's neither of those, now it's day, or if it's night, now it becomes day. And certain cards have different effects or flip themselves depending if it's day or night, going with the werewolf theme. To go from day to night, it's the active player does not cast a spell, it becomes night. And then when it's night, if the active player casts 2 spells in a single turn, then it goes from night to day. The really key thing here with this is that it's always the active player. So, unlike the previous Innistrad flip sets, in here, you can, it's always the active player who kind of gets to choose if they want it to become day or night. Don't exactly understand when the day-night trigger is. It's basically after the end phase. Like the end of end step. They had a similar system in Innistrad, but for werewolves and flips. Yeah, exactly, Rach. Only difference here is that those Innistrad werewolves could just kind of flip on their own circumstances, but with the way this one's set, it's always everything is going to be day or everything is going to be night. Everything is going to flip together. Another important thing to note about going from night to day is that if you cast 2 spells, it doesn't go from night to day immediately. It's always at the night next turn does it actually flip. So you can't switch from night to day in the middle of combat. That's important to know. Next thing is Disturb. A lot of cards now have Disturb costs, which allows you to play it right from the graveyard. For example, This is a 2-mana 2/1, but for 1 in a blue, you can cast it from the graveyard, and it comes out as a 1/2 flyer. So there actually are some cards that you want in the graveyard, because it allows you to cast it from the graveyard with Disturb. The next mechanic is Coven, which just states if you have 3 or more creatures with different power, you get its Coven ability. So you need at least 3 creatures, and they all have to have different power. 1, 2, 3, 0, 2, 3, 0, 1, and 3, doesn't matter what. And it's all different things. Sometimes the Coven triggers at the beginning of combat, others just always. You just need to have creatures with different power. And those are pretty much the mechanics. So let's go over and look at the cards. We can start off with the... Let's start off with the gold cards. Just sort by color. There's so many gold cards. I mean, it should help give an idea of what the different color peers are looking to do. Oh, it's like multi-listing because they're like borderless. Tag Jake. Thanks for the resub. Yeah, Kyotosaru, I know what you mean. That's one of those kind of clunky wording for Magic. Right, so we'll start off with Dennick. Pious Apprentice. 1 white, 1 blue for 2/3 lifelink, which is already really good. Cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities. Okay. So you can't do any kind of like remove card from graveyard effects or anything like that. And 2 white blue, you can disturb it from graveyard, and it comes out as a 3/2 flyer that says whenever 1 or more creatures are put into graveyards from anywhere, investigate. This ability triggers only once each turn. And then if he were to die, he gets exiled instead. That actually kind of fucking rules. I like that a lot. I love Investigate. If you guys don't know Investigate is you get a little artifact, a clue token, that you can pay 2 mana, tap it, sacrifice it, and just draw a card. And they're bringing it back. I love Investigate. I'm into this. Oh, that was another set mechanic that I forgot to bring up. There's a lot of creatures with decay. Is it not listed here? It is not. Yeah, it's just not there. Cool. So there's a lot of creatures with decay, which basically says if this creature attacks, sacrifice it at the end of combat or end of turn. I forget which. And one of the major things in the set is that there's a lot of cards that make these 2/2 zombie tokens with decay. So because there's a lot of 2/2 zombie tokens being made, I think 3 toughness is kind of the key here to be able to stop those attacks. So this 2 mana as a 2/3 is great. But then at its flip side, even cooler. And it says creature cards from anywhere. It could be discard, it could be milled. Doesn't matter what. You get a 3/2 flyer for 4 mana, get a chance to investigate. Yeah, I like Dennick a lot. I'd put him at at least a B, maybe even B+. But very cool. The other blue-white card is Devoted Graphkeeper. 1 white, 1 blue. When Devoted Graphkeeper enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. And then whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, tap target creature you don't control. Okay, that's kind of okay. I don't know how many spells you're going to have in your graveyard that allows you to easily tap creatures. This is more of an aggressive side because Disturb is... A lot of it's going to be sorcery speed. I don't know how many instant speed flashback cards there are. But he also has a Disturb cost. And on the other side is the Departed Soulkeeper, a 3/1 flyer that can only block creatures with flying. Yeah, okay. Still kind of on the more aggressive side, surprisingly, since it can only block creatures with flying. Is it through on fire? It'd be fine. It kind of seems like blue-white wants you to be getting cards in your graveyard for a disturb. Is my guess. I don't like it as much as Denick, but he seems okay. Probably just like C+ for the Devoted Graphkeeper. I think I would be fine playing 1, but I don't think I would want more than that. That 1 toughness is what really kills it, I think. Another white-blue card is an instant. White-blue for Faithful Mending, instant speed. You gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, and discard 2 cards. But it also has flashback for 1 white-blue. Flashback says you can cast that card from your graveyard and then exile it. So you get to kind of cast it again. So here, I don't think this card is going to be very good. Because this doesn't put you ahead on cards. Like you have to spend this card, so you're throwing away 1, but then you draw 2, but then you also have to discard 2 more. So in the end, you're still down a card. And when you flashback it, well, slightly better, because then you're you're not having to discard this card along with it. But the thing is, I also don't think you're going to need a lot of card draw in this set. There's so many cards with flashback, there's so many cards with disturb, there's so many cards with just activated abilities. I don't really think just raw card draw in this set is going to be as strong as it has been in other sets. It can be used to like get cards out of your hand that you want in your graveyard, but generally speaking, like if you have cards in your hand, like why would you not want to be able to cast it twice? Maybe there's a lot of synergy here that I don't quite see because I haven't looked at the rest of the set at all. But on its own, I'm not super into it. This is like a D+. And Bice thinks that tier 3 resub. Really hoping that blue-black is still viable. I hope blue in general is just much better. Yeah, I'm not into Faithful Mending. I think there's better ways to spend your mana. Next up, Hallowed Respite, which is white-blue sorcery. Exile. Target non-legendary creature, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. If it entered under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Otherwise, tap it. At sorcery speed? That sorcery speed is weird. If it was instant, then like it kind of gives you a lot of options and like responses. Like, I don't like this card. I don't like it. It has to be a non-legendary creature, so yeah, it comes back with a +1/+1 counter. I mean, maybe if you got something with like really strong enter the battlefield effects. So I will say what this does do is that if you exile a flipped creature or a disturbed creature, it comes back under the battlefield on its undisturbed side. Effectively allowing you to kind of pseudo double down on that, but it's really clunky. I don't like the Hallowed Respite at all. This is like, I think it's a D. Yeah, D at Hallowed Respite. If it was instant speed, I would be much more interested, but at sorcery, not into it. It also taps a blocker. Yeah, it does. But again, it's at sorcery speed, so you have to do it on your main phase. It's not like you can like do it at your opponent's turn to tap down an attacker / blocker and then get extra value out of it. But you have to cast on your turn. I'm not into it. Next is Teferi, who slows the sunset. You know, I feel like we just... Why is Teferi still around? Who at Wizard said, you know, everyone really likes Teferi? He should be around as much as Jace. Two white blue for a legendary planeswalker with 4 loyalty. +1 Choose up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Untap the chosen permanents you control. Tap chosen permanents you don't control. You gain 2 life. All right, his -2 is look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in any order. All right. And his -7 is get an emblem with untap all permanents you control during each opponent's untap step, and you draw a card during each opponent's draw step. You know what? This Teferi isn't amazing. And that's nice to see. So the thing is, like, he does not have a way of protecting himself. And when it comes to Planeswalkers and Limited, like, you want Planeswalkers who can immediately protect themselves, whether it means creating a creature or taking out an opponent's creature, and this Teferi has none of that. You can attack and then, like, plus them to untap one of your creatures, but again, you kind of need one of your own creatures to do that. And, like, you only gain life off the plus? That's not great. His -2 is good, though. Look at the top 3 cards. Pick a card. Card selection. Like, all that's fine. He's not awesome. Like, he's not awesome. Like, you'll still get, like, decent ramp. I don't know how relevant the tapping an artifact or untapping an artifact is going to be. He's ramped in blue-white. You know, see, at 4 mana, though, like, you're beyond ramp. Like, you ramp in the early game, not at 4 mana. How do emblems work? Emblems are basically permanent enchantments that cannot be destroyed or messed with. Yeah, this I don't think this Teferi is all that great. Is it weird that I only want to give him like a C+? Like, if nothing else, he will be a target for an opponent, because like your opponent wants you just to have a Teferi laying around since you can get a lot of card draw off of it. But he's not great. Unsinkable, links on Twitch Prime Resub, and Samaritus. So it looks like blue-white. I guess I kind of want Disturb. So you have self-mill to kind of set stuff up into it. I'll have to check, but blue, like, normally blue-white's more of a control color, and it doesn't really feel like it's this control. I'll have to check the other cards. For those of you just joining us, we're doing the gold cards first, and then we're going to move on to everything else. All right, let's go blue-black. First off, the Blade Stitch Scab. Blue-black for 2/3 zombie soldier. Other zombies you control get +1/+0. Well, that fucking rules. Great. I don't think we really need to say a whole lot more on it. That's great. Like, that's an easy B+. I'd imagine blue-black has making a lot of the 2/2 decayed zombie tokens, and changing those 2/2s into a 3/2 is huge. Yeah. Easy B+ for Blade Stitch Scab. Corpse Cobble, blue and a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice any number of creatures, and you create an XX blue and black zombie creature token with Menace, where X is the total power of the sacrificed creatures. And it has flashback, so you can cast it again. Okay, so you sacrifice a creature, like a 3/2 or whatever, and then you get a 3/3 zombie token with Menace. Okay. I like that it's instant speed. The best situations I could see this being played is in response to one of your creatures being destroyed, whether it's spot removal or a combat trick or multi-blocks or whatever. Another thing that you can do is if you actually have a decayed creature, you can use the corpse cobble to sacrifice the decayed creature before it has to sacrifice itself to get a zombie token back. Only now as Menace and not decay. It seems alright. I could see a world where, I mean, like, again, like, most ideal situation is you had, like, 3 or 4 decayed zombie tokens or whatever, and you sacrifice them all and make one big zombie. That is the most ideal situation for it, but that's best case scenario. Chances are you're sacrificing 1, maybe 2. It doesn't really put you up a card, or even up a creature. Yeah, it's more, I see this more as a responsive spell. It's all right. I do want to play with it and see how it goes, but my initial thoughts are like C minus. I'm not super huge into it. For those of you asking, decay on creatures just says they can't block, and when they attack, you have to sacrifice them, either end of combat or end of turn. I forget which. Yeah, just kind of okay for Corpse Cobble. Next blue-black card is Ludovic, the Necrogenius. Blue and black for legendary human wizard as a 2/3. I like seeing these 2/3s. Whenever Ludovic enters the battlefield or attacks, mill a card. And then it has activated ability X, blue, blue, black, black. Exile X creature cards from your graveyard. Transform Ludovic. X can't be 0, only activated as a sorcery. Alright, what does he transform into? He transforms into Olag Ludovic's Hubris. That's an amazing name. It's a 4/4 legendary zombie. Alright, so when it becomes Oleg, it becomes a copy of a creature card exiled with it. Except its name is Olag. It's a 4/4, and it's a legendary blue and black zombie in addition to its other colors. Put a number of +1/+1 counters on Olag equal to the number of creature cards exiled with it. Alright, that was a lot of words. So basically, it becomes a 4/4 copy of a creature that you exile from your graveyard. And it just gets those same abilities. But the more creatures that you exile with the X ability, the more +1/+1 counters he also gets. So exiling, paying at least 1 in X gives him a +1/+1 counter, makes it a 5/5. And X can't be 0, so yeah, he'll... I guess you could play... No, this is exile X creatures, not up to X. So you have to have a creature card in your graveyard to even exile this. So, yeah, no matter what, he becomes at least, at minimum, a 5/5. And then if you got... Realistically, the most mana you'll put into this at any time is like 6 tops. So, paying 2 for X, blue, blue, black, black. So then he gets a 6/6 and copies another creature. I feel like I need to look at the other blue-black. It just seems like a lot. I mean, I get it. When he enters the battlefield, attacks you, mill a card. So you're like trying to find a better creature for him to transform into. That's the ideal. And if you can transform into something that has flying or any other strong ability, then he's got that ability. I get it, but it seems really clunky to me. Not unplayable though. Like its base stats are fine, and that self-mill can be relevant, especially in flashback and decay or disturb. I just don't think the other ability is all that great. Oh, maybe it's a bit better than I realized, because like as a 2/3 early on, and then in the late game he becomes at least a 5/5. I actually don't hate that. When I look at it that way, I don't hate it. I'd give him a B-. Yeah, I would say B- for Ludovic. Just a late game creature that can become early game creature that can become relevant late game. Yeah, B-. I think it's probably better than I realize. Throwing away a creature that already has abilities you want. You're not throwing away a creature because it's already in the graveyard. And unless it has Disturb that you really, really want, then no, you wouldn't want that. But if it's already in the graveyard and doesn't have Flashback or Disturb, then yeah, why not? How's the variant art? I don't like this black and white nonsense they're trying to pull, if I'm being real with you. Especially on the lands, I don't like it. And finally, blue-black's last card, an instant spell. Blue-black, Siphon Insight. There's a surprising amount of cards that are just blue-black, 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 blue-black. Damn. All of the Dimir cards are just blue-black. Some Mule Nerd, thanks for the resub. Siphon Insight, blue-black instant. Look at the top 2 cards of target opponent's library. Exile one of them face down and put the other on the bottom of the library. You may look at it and play the exiled card for as long as it remains exiled, and you may spend mana as there were mana of any color to cast the spell, and flashback. 1 blue-black. Exile 1, put the other at the bottom. That's fine. I mean, they had a card kind of similar to this back in A Forgotten Realms, where it's like you find some prisoners or whatever, where it's like, you know, take the top 3 cards, and again, best case scenario, you cast this or activate it after you see the opponent scry something to the top, and then you cast this so that you take it. I'm usually not really big on effects like this, especially at rare. Rare seems weird for this one. I mean, it has flashback, so like it will put you up a card eventually. For limited, I think you just want cards that impact the board more than something like this. And I don't think this quite does it. I could see it being like fun in certain situations, but this would be like a card 23 if I had nothing else. I wouldn't prioritize this over anything else. So, no. Honestly, I think I would say D for Siphon Insight. I'm just not into it. Do I play any Commander? I have played Commander before, but it's not my jam. I don't own any personal Commander decks. I have a bunch of pre-constructed Commander decks I could use. But when I play Magic, that's not how I like to enjoy it. So blue-black's theme is very much self-mill and zombies. Which sounds about right. Nothing surprising there. Alright, let's move on to black-red. Black-red has their own legendary creature, Florian Voldaren Scion. 1 black and a red for a legendary vampire noble. It's a 3/3 first strike. Amazing. Alright, that alone, great. It's also rare. It also says, at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponents lost this turn. Exile one of those cards, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exiled card this turn. That freaking rules! You get to look at the top X and just pick one to play? That is so good! I love that! What's this red-black card advantage? Are you kidding me? Now, it's when an opponent's lost life this turn. It does not need to be combat damage. So you could cast some spell that makes your opponent deal damage, not attack, and still get this effect to go off. And it also says play the exiled card, not just cast. Which means you can find lands. Dude, this guy's great! Of all the gold creatures we've seen for all the color pairs so far, this one is my favorite so far. Damn. And it's got 3/3 first strike. A. Yeah, it's very first pickable. Easy A for Florian. Like, why would you not? Moving on. Hungry for more. Black-red sorcery at uncommon. Create a 3/1 black and red vampire creature token with trample, lifelink, and haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step and flash black, 1 black-red to do it again. If black-red is as aggressive as these cards are pointing it to being, this card's amazing. In an aggressive deck, like if you know you're always going to be turning sideways and getting in there, you want that. However, if you're in a situation where you have like no blockers and you're behind on board, this card will be a dud. So wait, you like exile and play when it's not on your own, but it's only if you damage the player, but you don't like instant on demand of doing the same to opponent while weakening them? I don't understand the sentence you just said. You exile and play when it's on your own turn, but it's only if you damage the player. But don't like instant on demand of doing the same to the opponent while weakening them? Yeah, Michael. I mean, a 3/3 first strike on the board affects the board. Like, this makes it difficult for your opponent to attack in, and the Florian's going to be a great attacker. And if you get that little like extra bonus on there, awesome. Versus just like a one-time spell to maybe get something out of it. Because you know what's in your own deck. It's not as useful versus your opponent's deck where who knows what you could get. Anyway, let's get back. Hungry for more? Yeah. If you're an aggressive black-red deck, I think this is really good. But I can see situations where this is just a dead card, although the lifelink does help that a little bit. Still probably like a B+, B+ for Hungry for More. Still really good. I'd be happy playing one of these, especially since it's uncommon. Next black-red card is another uncommon. Black-red for the Vampire Socialite, Vampire Noble. It's a 2/2 menace. Awesome. Already, vanilla test is great. And then whenever the Vampire Socialite enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other vampire you control. And as long as an opponent lost life this turn, each other vampire you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Holy shit. That's amazing. Clearly, black-red is vampires. Blue-black zombies, black-red vampires. Everyone else werewolf? I don't know. That's super good. So basically just makes it so that you give your other vampires a +1/+1 counter when the vampire socialite comes in. And then if you can keep that damage in, casting any new vampires gives them another +1/+1 counter. And it's a 2/2 menace on its own. Another fantastic card. Easy B+. I don't know if it's quite A- range. It might be. But it's minimum B+. Like, if you got that plus, like, Hungry for More, damn, that's so good. Yeah. But the black-red gold cards seem amazing so far. All right, next one. Wake to Slaughter. 3 black-red for a rare sorcery. Choose up to 2 target creature cards in your graveyard. An opponent chooses one of them. Return that card to your hand. Return the other to the battlefield under your control. It gains haste, exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and it has flashback for black-red. Choose 2 target creature cards. Okay, so one goes to your hand, and the other goes to the battlefield with haste and exile it at the end step. Okay. So,
Sweet.
I feel like the worst creature of the two you choose are the ones that's going to go back to your hand. And the better creature is going to hit that battlefield and get exiled at the beginning of the next end step. Because your opponent would rather deal with your better creature for just one turn than allowing you to recast it. But it does have flashback. So, like, this could put you up ahead on creatures. Interesting. How do I feel about that? This is either so clunky, it's like borderline unplayable, or part of me is kind of leaning towards I think it gives you enough creature recursion and advantage, especially with flashback on it, that this could be like a great late game parry crusher. Yeah, another thing is it does say choose up to 2 target creatures. You could choose one, forcing your opponent to pick that one, so the one that you pick does come back to your hand. Then you're spending 5 mana at a sorcery speed revival card that goes back to hand, not to graveyard. That would not be a great use of it. You want to be getting 2 creatures out of it. I feel like I need to play with this one to see. It's either going to be really bad like D, or sometimes work out all right, like a C+. Somewhere in that range. And it's hard to see. Hard to say right now without, like, playing with it more. Tailico! Thanks for that resub, Tailico. Give Tailico a shout out. Guys, if you haven't already, be sure to follow Tailico over on Twitch. Also, Zenza Crow, thanks for the resub. Yeah, we'll have to see. I like what I see with black-red a lot. Black-red seems very strong, just based on their gold cards. Like, I think these 3 gold cards far outweigh any of the other color pairs that I've just seen. I really like these guys. Robius Lyrian, thanks for the Twitch Prime. All right, let's move on to red-green. Starting with Arlen, the Pack's Hope. She's back. 2 red-green for a Planeswalker with 4 loyalty, who is Daybound. Her +1 is, until your next turn, you may cast creature spells as though they had flash, and each creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Well, Jesus Christ. And then her -3 is, Make 2/2/2 green wolf creature tokens? That's fantastic. I don't even know what her flip side is, but this looks good on her own. Super great. Okay. So then, if you cast no spells on your turn and you flip it to night, it becomes Arlen the Moon's Fury, which has +2, add red mana, green mana. Okay. And then for 0, Arlen the Moon's Fury becomes a 5/5 werewolf creature with trample, indestructible, and haste. I don't see how the haste part is relevant. Because she comes out daybound and you have to cast no spells and wait a turn anyway. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No, wait. Because if it's already night. Yeah, that's how it would work, right? If a player has already changed the board state to night, and you cast Arlen, she automatically flips to this, right? Ooh, that's sick. Yeah? Okay. Okay, that matters then. Got it. Gotcha. Interesting. Is it weird that I actually like her day version better than her night version? That said, like, paying 4 mana for a 5/5 indestructible trample haste is no joke either. This is super good. Arlen's an A+. The fact that it also has trample. Like, that's what makes it, like, super good. Like, it also has trample. Yeah, A+ for Arlen. Holy shit. There's 3 different versions of Arlen, because of course there is. Our next red-green card. The Dire Strain Rampage. 1 red-green for a rare sorcery. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land. If a land was destroyed this way, its controller may search their library for up to 2 basic lands, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Otherwise, its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Flashback 3 green red. This is stupid. The only thing this card can't hit is creatures. I don't think there's so many artifacts or enchantments in this set that you're going to want artifact or enchantment removal. And if there is, you want that as a sideboard. You could target yourself if you really want to get some extra lands out, but that does not seem like a wise use of mana. This is like a sideboard D at best. Otherwise, F. Do not draft this card. You don't want it. Does that day-night cycle go on during the game as long as one of our players have those cards in their deck? Or does it begin when a day-night creature comes into play? It's only when a creature comes into play and initiates its Padamaton. Otherwise, it is neither day nor night. Yeah, Dire Strain's an F. Don't draft it. Next, the Kessig Naturalist. Red-green for human werewolf. It's a 2/2. Not even a 2/3, so you're behind. But whenever Kessig Naturalist attacks, add red or green mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana as steps and phases end. And he's daybound. And when it becomes night, it becomes Lord of the Uvenwald, a 3/3 werewolf. Other wolves and werewolves you control get +1/+1. And then whenever it attacks, you get red or green mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana as the steps and phases ends. Okay, that part's actually really good, though. This part, not as great. This side, good. What's clunky about it, though, is that his ability gets you mana, and if you're using that to help cast or ramp into something, you're not going to go Nightbound. I think it's a lot like the blue-black creature that we saw earlier, where early on it's good. Like, it's just a 2/2. You can sometimes get some ramp out of it, otherwise it's just a 2/2. And then in the late game, if you just don't cast a spell, he becomes a 3/3 and pumps all your other werewolves. Yeah. I think he's alright. I'd probably give it a B. I don't like it as much as the other ones, but... yeah, I say B. And then their alternate art version. There's also a legendary creature, Tuvalar, the Dire Overlord. 1 red-green for a 3/3 legendary human werewolf. Whenever a wolf or werewolf you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That fucking rules. It also says, at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more wolves or werewolves, it becomes night. Then, transform any number of human werewolves you control. Wait. At the beginning of your upkeep, it becomes night, and then you can transform any number? Does that mean you can transform nightbound creatures back to day? There has to be human werewolf cards. So basically, like... it would have to be wolves that, like, aren't daybound or nightbound, right? That's weird. Pre-midnight werewolves? That sounds like the case. Alright, well, what's the flip side? Well, it becomes a 4/4. Still has wolf or werewolf deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. It also has X red-green. Target wolf or werewolf you control gets +X/+O and gains trample until end of turn. That's pretty fucking awesome. This is a great card. This is another easy A. Because you're making sure a wolf or werewolf gets trample, and with its passive ability, you can use it to help make sure you're getting damage in to draw a card. And it also says whenever a wolf or werewolf, and not just one or more wolves, which means you'll draw a card off of each wolf or werewolf dealing combat damage, not just for combat that turn. Yeah, Tovalar is another amazing red-green card. Easy A for him. Super happy. I would splash this. I would first pick it. No problem. Love it. What Mage? Thanks for the resub. The last red-green card is Unnatural Moonrise. It's a red-green for uncommon sorcery. It becomes night. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. It also has flashback, 2 red-green. Okay. It just makes it night. And again, it's sorcery speed, not instant, so you can't surprise your opponent by suddenly switching it to night. I don't know how vital it's going to be to making sure you're just making it into night in your first main phase. Like the +1/+0 trample is kind of whatever. Combat damage to a player. In situations where you would cast this, like... I guess you would only want to cast this to make sure when you know you can get that combat damage in to draw another card. So it kind of replenishes itself. But it also has flashback. I don't know. I think if you've got a very strong werewolf tribal deck, I could see you wanting one of these. Because this helps you get around your opponent casting nothing and forcing it back to daytime. I could see that. But it doesn't feel like a super vital card. I don't know. That's another one of those, like, I think I would need to play this one to really see how it goes. First instinct is like, this is a C. Oh, sorry. No, you're right. I had that backwards. The opponent would need to cast 2 spells to go from night to day. Or you cast 2 spells. At least a B? I don't know about that. Like, I would top off at C+, but not a B. Like, I wouldn't see this card, Blastburn. Like, when you see it, when you rate a card a B, it's when you open a pack, you see this, and you say, hell yeah, dude, I'm going red-green. Like, this card doesn't actively pull me into wanting to play red-green. It's fine. But I don't see this card as a signal to play red-green. So, I would say C. Maybe C+ at best, but I would need to play with it. Red-green's got some amazing cards. I mean, Arlen's fantastic. Tovolar is incredible. Dire Strain, worthless. Let's move on to green-white. Green-white is almost always a go-wide style of play. And this, it has the Dawnheart Wardens. 1 green-white for 3/3 vigilance. But this is the first card we see that has Coven. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So, I do not foresee Coven working very well in Limited. It's just not often you're going to control 3 or more creatures, and less often that each of those creatures has different powers. So for the most part, I would look at this as just a 3/3 vigilance for 3 mana, which is just kind of fine. It's not awesome, just kind of fine. I wouldn't be unhappy playing it, but I don't think it's going to be a particularly great card. I would say a C for Dawnheart Wardens. But yeah, I'm not in on the Coven mechanic.
Sweet.
Glory Quester, thanks that Twitch Prime. Next is Join the Dance. Green-white for sorcery. Create 2 1/1 white human creature tokens. Flashback. 3 green-white. That's great. That's a great card. I like that one way more. It's, again, in green-white, you want to be going wide, and getting 2 1/1s at the same mana cost that you get for a 2/2 spread across 2 bodies is awesome. And then you can flash it back later. Just getting out 1-power creatures can actually help you set up Coven, and it's another means help making sure you're going wide for whatever white effect. Join the Dance is good. I like that one. It's like a C+ for Join the Dance. I'd be quite happy playing one of those. Green's rare creature is Catilda, the Dawnheart Prime. Green and a white for a 1/1 with protection from werewolves. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Human creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors. That includes herself. Okay. 4 green and white tapper, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. For the most part, For the most part, it's a mana dork. The protection from werewolves can end up being extremely relevant if you're facing green. 6 mana to get a +1/+1 counter and everything, which you can do at instant speed. And even more important, if you have other human creatures, you can tap those human creatures to help pay for her activation. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of like go wide strat you want, and it's very human based, no werewolves there. Yeah, she's not bad. I'd say B- for Catilda. If you can build a proper human tribal. Again, we'll need to see what the other white or green cards are to support it, but that's how I like her. Rite of Harmony is a gold or rare instant for green and a white. Whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card, and it has flashback. 2 green and a white. Whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control this turn. So you're spending a card to cast another card to draw a card. Again, this is none of one of those best case scenario cards. Is if you did something like Rite of Harmony, but then you cast Join the Dance, because then you get to draw 2 cards. Huh? Huh? Yeah, that's... Yeah, you're not gonna have a lot of mana to get much value out of this one. Not into that. No. No. Unless there's some other spell that just generates... Again, like, because you only want to cast this when you're making sure you're getting, like, 2 or more creatures being made, you know? I don't like it. This is like a D-. It might be an F. It's not as bad as that red-green card, but it's not good. D- for Rite of Harmony. Don't like it. Next is Sigarda, the Champion of Light. 1 green, white for 4/4 Legendary Angel. With flying and trample. Humans you control get +1/+1. Alright. And Coven. Whenever Sigarda attacks, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a human creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. Legendary Super Sarah's Angel. She's great. Again, assume you probably won't have the Coven thing. Without that, you're paying 4 mana for 4/4 Flying Trample. That is fantastic. Like, that is good stats for the amount of mana you're spending. And if you happen to get Coven, bonus. So yeah, she's definitely like rewards you for playing that human tribal. And giving all other humans +1/+1. Yeah, Sigarda's super good. I like her a lot. Easy A. Easy A. Yeah, so you can see green-white certainly wants to go wide, and I like the fact that it has some ramp to go with it, and protection from werewolves. Like some anti-werewolf stuff is cool. Let's see what white-black's about. Can't Stay Away. It has pictures of a bunch of cats, and that's very cute. White-black for a rare sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains, if this creature would die, exile it instead. Okay. It's got flashback as well. I mean, my first thought is like, what 3-mana creature would you want to bring back? That's so good that you would be okay if it would die and exile back. Huh. Are we evaluating these for limited environment? Yeah, Luke. This creature would die, exile it instead. So you can't really use it to bring back disturbed creatures. This is a weird one. I don't think I'm into it. It's not terrible, though, because if you get enough stuff into your graveyard, you're basically spending 2 mana to get a 3 mana or less creature from your graveyard back. And being able to select that is big, especially since it says flashback, so you can do it more than once. Helps you get out a chump blocker if you have another like strong into the battlefield effect. If you have... No, that wouldn't quite work. Does transformative creature remove if this creature would die effect? It would not. If you had a way of blinking the creature or like bouncing it or anything like that, then it would be okay. But I don't think there's not a lot of cards that do that. Yeah, I could see myself splashing for this just to help make sure I can allow me to recast cards that like the black-red 3/3 first striking vampire and all that. I could see myself doing that. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm not super into it. I would lean like a C-. I guess it kind of depends on what the ETB effects are for black and white cards that are 3 mana 3 or less. I might be wrong on this one, but I don't feel super stoked about it. Move on. Flesh Taker. White black for 2/2 human assassin. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, you gain 1 life and you scry 1. You can also pay 1, sacrifice another creature. The Flesh Taker gets +2/+2 until end of turn. This card is scary. That's scary good. I like this one a lot. I mean, if you attack it with a Flesh Taker and you have other creatures out at all, your opponent's... Like, this is another one of those cards where your opponent's like, I have to deal with that, otherwise it's going to get too scary too fast. If you're able to make a lot of the decayed zombie tokens, you can sack those zombie tokens to him because they're going to get sacrificed anyway, so I might as well get +2/+2 out of it, gain a life, and get to scry 1. This guy is super good. I'm into him. B+ for Flesh Taker. And the card art's kind of spooky. With like the ox head or whatever. Next up is
Sweet.
Liesa, Forgotten Archangel. 2 white black for a legendary angel. It's a 4/5 flying lifelink. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Holy shit! What the hell? JDC Raven, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. I really appreciate it. That is ridiculous. It just makes so any of your creature cards that died, they just go back to your hand. And if any of your opponent creatures would die, they get exiled. That's so powerful. In this set that has so much flashback and disturb and all this other nonsense, that is really good. And it's still a 4/5 flying lifelink. That's amazing. A+. No, yeah, easy A+ for Liesa. Would you call it a bomb? Oh, absolutely. Like in almost any board state, this will put you ahead. Like 4/5 is a huge blocker. The lifelink helps get your extra life and stabilize. If you're swinging in with her and dealing 4 damage to your opponent and you're gaining 4, an 8-point life swing is also fantastic. It also sets it so that you can start blocking with dudes, not worrying about them dying because they're just going to go back to your hand anyway. This is great. Super good card. Yeah. Big thumbs up on Liesa. And finally, Rite of Oblivion. White-black sorcery at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a non-land permanent. Exile, target non-land permanent, and flashback to white-black. So it looks like White-black's theme is self-sacrifice. Which is interesting, because I feel like that's normally a red-black theme, but here it is in white-black, so that's kind of cool. Having to sacrifice a non-land permanent to cast this that's kind of a bummer. But again, if you're able to make enough decayed zombie tokens or anything else, well, there you go. But this is also just unconditional removal. The sorcery speed is a bit of a bummer, but this hits anything. It hits planeswalkers, it hits disturbed creatures, it hits anything. I'd be happy playing one of these. More than one, I feel like it could get painful for yourself, but you're going to want to play at least one. I would still give Rite of Oblivion a B. Yeah, definitely happy with one of these. Moving on. Red-blue. Red-blue has Arcane Infusion. Blue-red for an uncommon instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant or sorcery card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. And it has flashback. Okay. So red-blue definitely going for the spells matter thing again. Look at the top 4. Find an instant or sorcery. That's okay. I feel like it's this probably plays well if you got the spell payoff cards for it. Like, I know the creature gets pumped every time you cast a spell, and if you're using this to find more spells, I can see this working okay. This is not a red-blue card you just slam into any deck. I also like that it has flashback. So basically, you're going to look through 8 cards and pick your 2 favorite ones. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in for Arcane Infusion. That seems alright. I'd give it a C+. Yeah. Sure. Galvanic Iteration. Blue-red rare instant. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Flashback for 1 blue-red. These cards typically don't work out great for limited because you're spending a lot of mana to make it work. I don't think I like this one. It's like every color pair just have like a bad rare. Yeah, that's just a lot of mana, man. Like, I don't... Again, like, you have to cast this when you're ready to cast another instant or sorcery to be able to copy it. And it's just not good on its own. Yeah, you don't want this in your draft deck. This is a D. Are there instances where you could get cute and get a payoff for it? Yes, of course. But, like, that's a really, really narrow mindset. Yeah, not into that one. Storm Skrillex. I read that as Skeelix, which made me think of Skrillex. But no, it's Skrillex. 3 blue-red for a Drake Horror. It's a 2/4 flyer. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Storm Skrillex gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Alright, so this is kind of the signpost red-blue card. Man, I wish it was 4 mana instead of 5 mana, because that would just help it so much. And if you're going like a red-blue deck, I feel like normally you want to start getting your spells and like slapping in before that, and you have to wait till turn 5 before you can get your Skrillex down. He kind of looks like Ridley. I think it'll probably still end up being okay, but it could be better. Likely still just like a C+ for Storm. Skrillex at best. It's probably closer to C. Yeah, just if you're playing blue-red, yeah, it's kind of an okay top-end card, but it's not awesome. The final blue-red is Vadric, the Astral Archmage. 1 blue-red for a 1/2 legendary human wizard. Okay. If it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as Vadric enters the battlefield. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost X less to cast, where X is Vadric's power, so at least 1. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, put a +1/+1 counter on Vadric. That's interesting. If you get this guy out on turn 3, he could be really good. At any other time, not as good. Yeah, it's one of those, you have to get him out on turn 3, because otherwise you're not going to get him out early enough for him to start affecting the board and getting those +1/+1 counters, or even making your spells cheaper for him to really matter. But if you can do it, awesome. I'm not as into him. Yeah, I just feel like the stipulations of having him early is too necessary to making him super good. Or if you know you can control the board in such a way that you're constantly flipping between day and night to get him +1/+1 counters. I'm leaning C- for Vadric. And coming down with only 2 toughness is brutal. Which means, like, as soon as you get him down, he's just not going to block well. Yeah, C- for Vadric. I am less intrigued by blue-red just based on these cards. Like, compared to, like, the absolute bombs we saw in all the other color pairs, these just kind of seem the most meh. We still got black-green, though. Black-green. Diagraph Rebirth. 3 black-red for an uncommon sorcery. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature that died this turn. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it has flashback for 5 black-green. Yeah, it's alright. A 5 mana reanimate is usually about right. The making it cost less for each creature that died this turn, like the morbid costs or whatever, those are usually a little clunky to make happen. So for the most part, like, you'll still be spending 5 mana, maybe 4. Ideal world, 3. But it's alright. Probably still like a B- for Diagraph Rebirth. Yeah, just for the most part, assume you'll be paying about 4 or 5 mana for it still. Yeah, Decay does make it better, but again, those are best case scenarios. Yeah. It does. I mean, I like that as flashback, so you are able to do it again if you get up in like a big board stall. That does help it a little bit. Yeah, still B- for Diagraph Rebirth. Ghoul Caller's Harvest is another sorcery, only it's rare for black-green. Create X 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed, where X is half the number of creature cards in your graveyard, rounded up. Flashback. So this is a card where, again, you want to play it late. This feels like a win more card. Because if you're behind, you're not getting blockers, because your decayed zombies cannot block. And if you're at parity, you're just making a bunch of 2/2s, and your opponent can just let them attack and then rot away, or just set up good blocks for themselves. But if you're ahead, well, then you're more ahead. It's wipe recovery. Well, I don't know how many board wipes there are in this set, but also they can only attack once, and then they go away. Half the number of creature cards in your graveyard rounded up. So assume for the most part you'll get 2. And from what I've seen, it seemed like the 2/2 black zombie creature tokens are more a resource than like actual creatures you attack with. Yeah, I'm not feeling stoked about it. This might be another one where like I have to see it play out with other cards in the color pair to see if it's worth it. But I don't know, this feels like a C minus to me. Unless you're using it to like set up some other morbid thing or some other, when creature dies, you get whatever effect thing. Yeah, that's a difficult one. Hunter Muhammad, thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Yeah, I'd say C minus. We'll move on. Grizzly Ghoul. 2 black-green for an uncommon zombie bear. It's a 4/3 trample, and when it enters the battlefield, it gets a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that died this turn. That's really good. This is good. I mean, paying 4 mana for 4/3 with trample already is vanilla test with upside, so great. And then you can play this out in such a way that you might be able to get it out as a 5/4 trample. If you get a 5/4 trample, that's like a good value. And if you somehow manage to make it come with 2 +1/+1 counters and it's a 6/5 trample, well then it's like, hell yeah, super good. Grizzly Ghoul's great. Yeah, this is just gonna be a card that you're happy to cast whenever you want, even if it's just 1 +1/+1 counter. It's great upside. Yeah, B+ for Grizzly Ghoul. Like him. Final green-black card is Old Stick Fingers. What? It's X black-green for a legendary horror at rare. When you cast a spell, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X creature cards. Put all creature cards revealed this way into your graveyard. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Old Stick Fingers' power and toughness are equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Okay. So say you cast this for 4. You would get at least 2 creature cards in graveyards. Its power and toughness to the number of creature cards. So maybe it's like a 2/2 at best. I don't believe red or green-black has as much disturb or That's just disturb. I mean, this could end up being an okay late game card. Like, if it's like turn 11 or 12 or something, and you've got like 6 creatures in your graveyard, you could get a 6/6 out for 2 mana. That's not nothing. I don't know if I like its other ability. I'd lean B- for Old Stick Fingers, just because I could see it getting very, very large in the late game. And at some point, it's just going to get too big for your opponent to deal with. And maybe if you know like what's left in your deck, you could use the X ability just to help make it a little bit bigger. Or set up some disturb stuff. Because I would be happy using this ability just to help make sure I'm hitting disturb creatures, get into the graveyard, and then happily disturbing out those creatures and letting Old Stick Fingers lose a power and toughness. I would be fine with that. I think it's like a B-, maybe a B for Old Stick Fingers. That's another like eyes narrowing, like, I don't know how I feel about that. But again, I do think it could be a strong late game. Yeah, green-black seems okay. Let's move on to red-white. Angel Fire Ignition. 1 red-white for a rare sorcery. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. It gains Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Indestructible, and Haste until end of turn. And it has Flashback, 2 red-white. Holy shit. See, normally, like, you see a card like this, and you kind of say, oh, it's like a combat trick. You know, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Indestructible, Haste. Alright, sure, cute. But it also gets 2 +1/+1 counters. And those counters stay there. And with a flashback cost of only 4, there's a good chance you're going to cast this again next turn. And if you're able to untap and do that, you're just wailing on your opponent. This seems like an awesome aggressive card. I actually like this one. I like this one a lot. Easy B. Easy B for Angel Fire Ignition. Red-white is typically very aggressive. Like, if you can go 1-drop, 2-drop, and you cast this onto your 2-drop, and now your 2/2 is suddenly a 4/4, and you do it again next turn, now your 4/4 is a 6/6. With your trampling, your life linking, all that. It's got vigilance? Damn, yeah. I like Angel Fire Ignition a lot. Like it quite a bit. B for Angel Fire Ignition. You would like it better if it was instant speed? I mean, that's the case for almost all sorceries. Almost all sorceries would be better at instant. Yes. But I think with how many things it's giving, like, making it instant speed would make it, like, beyond mythic. I like that one a lot, though. Move on. Rem Careless, the Stalwart Slayer. 1 red-white for 2/3 legendary human knight. It's got flying and haste. Tight. If a spell would deal damage to you or another permanent you control, prevent that damage. If a spell would deal damage to an opponent or permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage +1 instead. What the shit? What the fuck? So he just protects all your other creatures and yourself from damage spells, and makes all of your damage spells do 1 more? That's amazing. And he's got flying haste. This guy's great. Austin, you watching this? Yeah. Easy A. The prevent part is kind of niche. Is there not a lot of damage-based removal in this set? Hey, Meat Mopper. Welcome to the stream. I've not looked at how much damage-based removal there is, but I'd be happy playing this regardless. Yeah. I think like the Flying Haste alone is good. So I would say A for Rem Careless. I like it. Next up, Sacred Fire. An instant and uncommon for red and a white. Deal 2 damage to any target, and you gain 2 life. Flashback for red-white. There you go. So it's kind of like a Lightning Helix, but weaker, but it has that flashback. Great. The 2 damage is kind of important. Because there's a lot of creatures that we've seen that like you want to take out. A lot of them have 3 toughness. So only 2 damage isn't quite enough. That said, it takes out any zombie token you could ever want. I do like that it hits any targets. You can hit that to Planeswalker or go to your opponent's face. Ah, man, yeah, I do worry that the 2 damage is just going to be too little for this to make a big impact. But I still feel that I'd be more than happy playing one of these. It's probably still a B for Sacred Fire. Rem doesn't look like it prevents damage to itself, though. Oh, no, of course not. Like, it has to... They gotta be able to balance the card somehow. So it does make him a bit of a lightning rod. Yeah, but he's still worth it. Yeah, I'll say B for Sacred Fire, but only 2 damage. We'll have to see. Next is the Sunrise Cavalier. 1 red-white for an uncommon human knight. It's a 3/3 trample with haste. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day as the Sunrise Cavalier enters the battlefield. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. I'm just going to ignore the rest of the text for a second. 3/3 trample haste for 3 is a big thumbs up. And then if you manage to untap with it or the night-bound nonsense happens, it starts getting bigger. Sunrise Cavalier is another really good card. Yeah, this is like another B+. Will that trigger on itself when you play it? It will not villain, because day only becomes night if you don't cast a spell. And if you cast Sunrise Cavalier, you've already casted one. It does not instantly get bigger at the end of turn. Yeah, Sunrise Cavalier, even just a 3/3 trample haste, super good. So, red-white looking as aggro as ever. But these are really good aggro cards. I like what red-white's offering quite a bit. Alright, let's move on to green-blue. Croaking Counterpart. 1 green-blue for a rare sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target non-frog creature, except it's a 1/1 green frog. Flashback. Do it again. Frog is the sincerest form of flattery. First off, look at his face. A++. End of discussion. What do I feel about this one? I don't really know. It feels like a meme card. I want to play it. What makes this a little bit better is that it's target non-frog creature, which means you can also target your opponent's creatures and make your own frog copy of it. Because normally a card like this, you have to target one of your own creatures, and if you don't have one, well then you're kind of boned. But it also has flashbacks, so you can do it more than once. I want to play it. Is it an amazing card? Not particularly, but I want to play it. It's, in all likelihood, it's probably a C+. But he's hilarious. Alright, moving on. Root Coil Creeper. Green and blue for an uncommon plant horror creature. It's a 2/2. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Or tap to add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast spells from your graveyard. And blue-green, tap, exile Root Coil Creeper. Return target card with flashback you own from exile to your hand. What the fuck? This dude's amazing! That's like everything blue-green wants to do. It's a 2/2 that ramps, and if you got graveyard spell, it ramps even more for that. And then if you cast something, and then flashback goes to exile, you sacrifice that, and you get that exile flashback cards back to your fucking hand. That's ridiculous. Root Coil Creeper is great. Easy B+. I love him. It's upsetting that it's return target card with flashback you own from exile to your hand, and not just like from graveyard, because, I don't know, man. I've always kind of felt that once something goes to exile, it stays in exile. That's the point of exile. Otherwise, it's being treated as like a super graveyard. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other topic of discussion when it comes to Magic and its gameplay design. But otherwise, Root Coil Creeper is great. I like him a lot. B+. Slogurk the Overslime. All right. 1 green-blue for a rare legendary ooze creature that's a 3/3. It has trample. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, put a +1/+1 counter on Slogurk. Remove 3 +1/+1 counters from Slogurk. Return it to its owner's hand. And when Slogurk leaves the battlefield, return up to 3 target land cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. I don't think I would like this card in just blue-green on its own. It is a 3/3 trample for 3, so base stats alone makes it fine. So that said, if I was playing blue-black, I would absolutely splash green to put in Slogurk, because this makes all the self-mill that much better. I don't think blue-green has enough cards in it to make it work with getting lands into your graveyard, either from mill or discarding it. I could be super wrong on that. Haven't looked at the blue-green cards. But instinctually, and usually how the colors play out, I don't think that's the case. There could be maybe just like mono blue cards that have a lot of self-mill into it, but either way, it is a 3/3 trample for 3 mana, and that alone is worth it. B for Slogurk. And our final gold card is Winterthorn Blessing. Green and blue for an uncommon sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Tap up to 1 target creature you don't control, and that creature doesn't untap or its controller's next untap step. Flashback, 1 green-blue. I've always personally liked these cards. I always like the icy Crosslinks freeze down effect. I like that you get to cast it twice, giving you a little bit more control. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not an amazing card. I like that it does say up to 1. So if you're head on board and your opponent doesn't have a creature, you can just use it to get a +1/+1 counted. Or if you don't have a creature, you can make sure that you're tapping down your opponent's best creature. It is sorcery speed. Instead of instants, you can't hit your opponents after their untap step or whatever. I still like it enough. It's fine. It's a C. If it didn't have flashback, I would not like it. But because it does have flashback and a little bit of utility, I like it enough. Yeah, I'll give it a C. All right. Those are all the gold cards. We still have lots more to go through, so let's go, baby. Y'all ready? On the color pairs so far, red-black looks extremely powerful for like vampire tribal. The red-white aggro seems super good. I hope blue-black zombies is a worthwhile thing that I can get away with. But let's see what other colors have to offer. So this has kind of been the new way to do set reviews. Is people actually start doing it by mana cost, going from 1 drops up to like 6+ drops rather than by alphabetical or whatever, or rarity. So we're gonna do that. Starting off with Blessed Defiance. 1 mana white instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies, get a 1/1 white spirit token with flying. That's an okay combat trick. With +2/+0, you can pretty much always make sure you're trading up for it. I mean, it still just kind of gets you a 1/1 white spirit afterwards, and it is still just a combat trick. It's alright, though. It's fine. D+. Like, if you need, like, your 22nd or 23rd card, this fits that bill. Yeah, D+. Candle Trap. A 1 white mana aura enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has Defender. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by enchanted creature. And it also has Coven, 2 white, sacrifice Candle Trap, exile the enchanted creature. This is an interesting white card. It's not a pacifism, because it does make it so the creature is still able to block. So this is not a white card that you want to put in any white deck. For example, if you had the red-white aggro deck, you don't want to use this card, because that creature can still block. But if you're playing like a control deck that's like blue-white, or even like a late green-white, then you have like a late game plan, this gets better. It's a C. Like, it's definitely a C card, but it's also like, be careful what deck you throw this into. Like, this is just not a white removal you slap into any deck. If you're that red-white aggressive deck, or even I think the black-white, I don't think you want this in there. Blue-white, probably. Green-white, even better. But yeah, just that's one you got to be careful about for sure. Next up, the Champlain of Alms. 1 white for an uncommon human cleric. 1/1 first strike with ward 1. Okay. It's a 1/1 first strike. I don't really see that stopping a whole lot of things. But it also is Disturb for 3 white, where you cast it from your graveyard and it comes out as the Chapel Shieldgeist. And it's a 2/1 flying first strike. Each creature you control has ward 1. I mean, the backside is certainly way better than the front side. The ward 1 on a 1/1, who cares? It's a 1/1. Your opponent is not going to be casting spells to take out your 1/1. However, it's Disturbed side, where it gets a 2/1 flying first strike. Much better. And it gives all of your creatures ward 1. That can be a little bit more relevant. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a C+ for Chapel Sealed Geist. I certainly want that Disturb side more than the other one. Not bad. Curse of Silence is an aura curse for 1 white mana at rare enchant player. As Curse of Silence enters the battlefield, choose a card's name. Spells with the chosen name enchanted player casts cost 2 more to cast. And then whenever enchanted player casts a spell with the chosen name, you may sacrifice Curse of Silence. If you do, draw a card. This is a constructor card. Yeah. This is a constructor card. F. You're not going to play this in limited at all. But in your 60 card decks, yeah. Absolutely could be great for control. Let's gonna move on. Moving on. Gavity Trapper. 1 white for a common human soldier. It's a 0/2. Pay 2, tap target creature. Okay. Tap target creature effects can be great for controls. It is 0 power, which can help with Coven. This is one of those cards where you're fine playing one of these. Playing more than one, you're kind of getting into like dangerous wasted card slot territory. Yeah, I'll be fine playing one. It's like a C-. I don't like that it's a 0/2, because it's still going to get killed by most things, but the tap effect can be relevant. Yeah, C- for Gavany Trapper. Hedge Witch's Mask. A 1 white mana for a common equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equipped creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 4 or greater. And the equip cost is 2. So it's a short sword with plus side. Yeah, it's okay. I could see, I don't think I would want to main deck this, but I could see myself wanting to sideboard it in if I'm fighting big werewolves for sure. Yeah, I just think this set has so many good ways of being able to spend your mana that I don't think an equipment's where you want to be for it. I don't think I like this one very much. I think it's a D for the Hedge Witch Mask. If it was equip cost 1, I would be much more excited, but even at equip cost 2 is just a little too much. Not crazy about it. D. Next is Homestead Courage. A 1 mana white sorcery at common. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Flashback for 1 white. I actually like this card. That is so cheap. It has cheap flashback. And if you want to be able to cast this, you want to make sure you're putting it onto a creature. Chances are you're going to be able to cast it twice in 1 turn immediately. I actually like this card. I think it's a C for Homestead Courage. I'd be happy playing one of these. I don't think the vigilance part is as relevant. In green, yeah, in red-white, it helps you be aggressive. In green-white, you can put those +1/+1 counters around in such a way to help you set up for Coven. But I like it. C for Homestead Courage. The Lunarch Veteran is a 1 mana white human cleric. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. And it has Disturb for 1 and a white. What's his Disturb side? The Luminous Phantom. It's a 1/1 flying. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you gain 1 life. That's cute. But no. I don't think you really want this. I don't believe there's... I didn't see really anything for life gain payoff. Because like without life gain payoff, you don't want to play this guy at all. It's like a D- for Lunarch Veteran. Unless I'm completely missing something about life gain, and I'm wrong on that, but right now, I would say D-. Next. Ambitious Farmhand. It's 1 and a white for a 1/1 uncommon human peasant. When Ambitious Farmhand enters the battlefield, you may search your library for basic planes, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. It has Coven, 1 white. Transform Ambitious Farmhand. Activate this only if you have Coven, which is flip side. 3/3 lifelink. Yo! I like Ambitious Farmhand a lot. Are you kidding me? 1 and a white for another creature, but it helps you find another planes out of your deck and get it into your hand. And that alone just helps make sure you have 2 white lands to be able to pay for the Coven cost. It just becomes a 3/3 lifelink later. Yeah! I like Ambitious Farmhand. That's great. I like Ambitious Farmhand a lot. Just because it helps you find that planes. Super good. There's probably B- for Ambitious Farmhand. It's like, it goes beyond C+. It's like B-. Like, if I think about playing white and I see this card come around, it's going to make me think about playing white a little bit more. I like her. B- for Ambitious Farmhand. Next is the Beloved Beggar. 1 and a white for an uncommon human peasant. That's a 0/4. And that's it. It's a 0/4. But it also has Disturb, 4 white, and it becomes a 4/4 Flying Vigilance. I really like how they tell stories with these cards, by the way. I think it's really cool. Like the Ambitious Farmhand goes from a farmhand to being a knight. And the Beloved Beggar, after death, becomes a generous soul. I love that. That's really cool. So, much like the, what was the card called again? Candletrap. This is another white card where this works better in some white decks. You're not going to want to Windmill Slam this into every white deck. I would see it working best in black-white because that has a lot of self-sacrifice, and the faster you can get this into the graveyard to bring it back as a big 4/4, the better. It also stops a lot of opponent aggression. The scary part being, like, your opponent may just not want to kill this. And if you're playing control at all, this gets really better. If you're playing an aggressive white deck at all, green-white, red-white, you don't want this card. But I like him. I think he's a C. Again, especially if I'm playing black-white with sacrifice outlets. I like him. Next is the Candle Grove Witch. 1 and a white for a common human warlock. That's a 2/2. And it has Coven. Gains flying until end of turn. Yep, alright. That is a 2/2 for 2 that can sometimes get upside. That's fine. C-. Just assume you won't get the Coven, you're just getting a 2/2 for 2. C-. Moving on. Cathar Commando, 1 and a white for a common human soldier. It's a 3/1 with flash. Pay 1, sacrifice Cathar Commando to destroy target artifact or enchantment. That's fascinating. I don't know how relevant destroying artifacts or enchantments are going to be in this set. But a 3/1 flash for 2 mana? I'd probably still play it in my aggro decks. And it kind of has like that backup plan. Yeah, main deckable for aggro. Potentially sideboard if you need to watch out for artifacts or enchantments. I like Cathar Commando. C. It's a Brashing Brontodon in white? Yeah, more or less. But way easier. Moving on. Fateful Absence. 1 and a white for a rare instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller investigates. That's so close to good. Seeing just a unconditional destroy creature in white sure is weird. But man, that letting the controller investigate means they're going to go up a card. And even if you take out their creature, like, you're giving your opponent card advantage. Still, it's unconditional removal. I'm putting it around like a C, C+ right now. You can target your own stuff with that. Sure. But that just seems like a waste. Like, if you're going to target your own stuff, why have this card in your deck at all? Man, yeah, I'm not into it. Yeah, I'd say like maybe C, C+ at best. You don't want to play more than one of these. It just gives your opponent too good of an advantage. And yeah, this is one of those removal spells where you don't want to just like pop this off at the first target you see. Like, you want to make sure you're not casting this until like turn 6 or 7, and your opponent just dumped 7 mana into like a huge bomb or something, and then you pop it off. Like, this is a hold on to this for the best possible moment, rather than just slam dunk it at the first target you see. I think you're undervaluing removal. It's not undervaluing the removal, Luso. It's the fact that you're giving your opponent a card advantage, and that is big. Like, again, like I said, I would play one because it's destroy a target creature or a planeswalker, but once controller investigates, it makes me less excited to play this card, and you got to be very, very picky with where you're casting it. Yeah, I'd still say maybe C+ for Fateful Absence. I wouldn't say see this card and be like, hell yeah, I'm playing white. That card advantage could be a whiff. Well, it doesn't matter. They're still getting a card advantage. If your hand is 0 and you cast a spell and you've got onto 0 cards in your hand, and then your next turn your opponent gets to draw a card and then investigate, and then suddenly have 2 cards in hand, it doesn't matter. They're ahead of you in card advantage. Moving on. Flare of Faith. 1 white for a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's human, it gets +3/+3 and indestructible to end of turn. Yeah, that's a combat trick. Even better for humans. I don't know what else to say about it. C-. Yeah. What do you want? What do you want? Moving on. The Intrepid Adversary. 1 white for a mythic 3/1 human scout. It has lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 white any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many Valor counters on Intrepid Adversary. Creatures you control get +1/+1 for each Valor counter on Intrepid Adversary. Okay, so it's kind of like multi-kicker. Why didn't they just call it multi-kicker? Come to think of it. Oh, I guess when it enters the battlefield and not just when you cast it. That's kind of different. He is amazing. You got your 3/1 lifelinker on turn 2. Or at turn 4, you got a 4/2 lifelinker while pumping the rest of your team. And even later than that, you could potentially have a 6/3 lifelinker while pumping the rest of your team. Yeah, he's super good. This is just a good card that you can cast at any point in the game, and it's going to affect the board. A+. Intrepid Adversary is an easy A+. Super great. Great red, white, great green, white. Black, white, probably still good, but maybe less. Anyway, next is Ritual of Hope. 1 and a white for an uncommon instant. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Or with Coven, creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, this is definitely a green-white card. Because you already wanted to go wide, making the a board-wide pump that much better. And if you have Coven, they get to do even more. Yep, that feels like another C- to me. I'm still not huge on Coven. Let's C-. Move on. Sun Gold Sentinel. 1 and a white for a rare human soldier that's a 3/2. Fucking, okay, that's amazing on its own. Just a 2-mana 3/2? Are you shitting me? And it has Coven. 1 and a white. Choose a color. Sun Gold Sentinel gains hexproof from that color until end of turn and can't be blocked by creatures of this color until end of turn. She's fantastic. As a 2-mana creature, having power 3 is going to help set you up for Coven than most other 2-drops. And then it allows you to start getting in there. She's super good. Trades up very easily. Can protect herself with Coven. Also, I forgot, when she enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. So you can help get rid of all the disturb and... No, disturb or flashback cards. Hits those good. She's awesome. That's fantastic. Why not just protection at this point? Because that way damage can still be dealt to her by other creatures. Yep, I'm into her. A. What does Coven do? Coven says if you have 3 or more creatures that are all with different powers, you get the Coven activation. Yeah, I think there's going to be enough graveyard stuff matters in any color that Sun Gold Sentinel is going to have a target to hit early or late. And she's just so fucking good. Yeah. A for Sun Gold Sentinel. Excellent. Moving on. Sunset Revelry. 1 and a white for an uncommon sorcery. If an opponent has more life than you, you gain 4 life. If an opponent controls more creatures than you, create 2 1/1 white human tokens. And if an opponent has more cards in hand than you, draw a card. So basically, depending on how far behind you are, you get more stuff. So you don't want this for your aggressive deck. It could be okay in control decks. It is possible to get all 3 of these on a single cast. If you do all 3 of these for just like 2 mana, sure. It's still not great. This is a D. I could see this being a potential sideboard card on the draw. Especially against an aggressive opponent. But it's not awesome. D for Sunset Revelry. Thraben Exorcism. 1 and a white for a black common instant. Or sorry, for 1 and a white for a common instant. Exile target spirit, creature with disturb, or enchantment. That's an interesting card. So it exiles target spirit. Any creature that gets disturbed out of graveyard is a spirit. All of them. So this can exile disturbed creatures, or creatures who haven't been disturbed yet, or enchantments, whatever. The main question is this main deckable? And I don't know. It's a sideboard card, absolutely, like, for sure. I just don't know if it's main deckable. It's like a sideboard C+. Like, if your opponent's playing a lot of Disturb or a lot of Spirits, like, this is going to hit something and exile it. Like, that's fantastic for only 2 mana. I guess I'll have to see with the format if you want to main deck one of these in your best of one ranked drafts. We'll have to see. But otherwise, sideboard C+, maybe even B-. Nah, C+. Sideboard C+. Unruly Mob. 1 out white for a common, 1/1 human. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Unruly Mob. Sick. If you're making the Decayed tokens, sick. Or if you're playing 1 white-black and you're doing self-sacrifice to get a +1/+1 counters, I like them. If you're going wide and like our other ones are dying, they get bigger, I like it. At least a C for Unruly Mob. Maybe C+, but probably just C. I like them. Move on. Adeline, Resplendent Cathar is 1 white for a legendary human knight at rare. It has Vigilance. Adeline's power is equal to the number of creatures you control, and whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control. And she's got 4 toughness. So she's at least a 1/4, and when she attacks becomes a 2/4, and becomes better with more creatures you have. I think she's quite good. The fact that she has 4 toughness alone at 3 mana is great. I could see keeping her power up a little bit more difficult. But imagine going like turn 2 Unruly Mob, turn 3 Adeline, and then just letting like the 1/1 little tokens either start overwhelming your opponent, or if they die, you're just making the Unruly Mob bigger. I like her. I'm leaning A-. I don't think she's as powerful as some of the other rares that we've seen, but she's great. I'm more than happy playing her. Yeah, I'd say A- for Adeline. She's going to die a lot. At 4 toughness, it's going to be difficult for her to die a lot. Next is the Bereaved Survivor. It's 2 and a white for a 2/1 uncommon human peasant. And then whenever another creature you control dies, transform her into the Dauntless Avenger as a 3/2. And then whenever Dauntless Avenger attacks, return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. Again, the like story elements of these cards are awesome. Like she goes from like the lone survivor of whatever thing and being sad about it to avenging everyone. Like that's fucking cool. I am not huge on this card. A 3 mana 2/1 isn't really where you want to be. And then if she comes back as a 3/2, all she's really going to get is creature cards with mana value 2 or less back. I don't know about that one. She does not seem awesome. Especially based off the 2 mana creatures we've already seen. Especially since they're also tapped and attacking, which means like the 2 mana will probably get blocked anyway. If she's a 3/3, I would like her more. Yeah, C- for Bereaved Survivor. I'm not huge into it. Next is Borrowed Time. 2 and a white for an uncommon enchantment. When Borrowed Time enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Borrowed Time leaves the battlefield. So it's like Banishing Light, Cast Away, or Cast Out, etc., etc. That's just great removal. B-. And only 3 mana? Yeah. Happy playing as many of these as I can. B-. Next is Brutal Cathar. 2 and a white for a rare 2/2 human soldier werewolf. That's the first white werewolf I've seen. When this creature enters the battlefield or transforms into the Brutal Cathar, exile target creature an opponent controls until this creature leaves the battlefield. Okay, so it's a jailer. And then when it transforms, it's becomes the Moonrage Brute, a 3/3 red werewolf with first strike, ward, pay 3 life. So, by my understanding of this, I wish I got this right. You cast this ETBs, you exile a creature an opponent controls. When this flips to Nightbound, it just flips, right? It doesn't like get exile and come back. So the jailed creature stays exiled. Right? Or is it because it's no longer the Brutal Cathar and becomes the Moonrage Brute? Does the creature come back? Because it does say this creature, not Brutal Cathar. I believe it stays gone. And then if you're able to go from night to day, he just grabs another one. That's fucking fantastic. And then you want to keep it at night because then for your opponent to get their creatures back with spells, they got to pay 3 life to do it. Wow, I really like him. That's great. Brutal Cathar's fantastic. Easy A. A for Brutal Cathar. Fuck yeah, dude. Next, Cathar's Call. 2 and a white for uncommon aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has vigilance and, at the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Okay. To make this card worth it, you want to have it trigger at least like 2 or 3 times. I think the best way to play this is actually just to put it on a token you already have. That way you don't 2-for-1 yourself. And if you just keep that token alive and around, well then you're constantly shooting out 1/1 humans. I'm not stoked on it though, because it's still an aura. You still need a creature that can stay around and not get removed or destroyed in any means in order to get those 1/1 white humans. It looks like a D+ to me. Unless there are means of like, maybe there are creatures that I would play something like this on that beggar that's a 0/4. Because then he's going to keep making 1/1s. And if your opponent destroys it, then you get to disturb it out later. I could see that being a worthwhile way to play it. But again, that's best case scenario. If you're behind, your board's empty, and you end up drawing this aura, and you don't have a creature to put it on, that's just a dead draw. I still think it's a D+ for Cathar's Call. But I see situations in which it could be helpful. Yeah, I would say D+. Next is Celestis Sanctifier, 2 and a white for a common human cleric. That's a 3/2. If it's neither day nor night, Celestis Sanctifier makes it day. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your graveyard. Ooh, that's a little scary. It's not a... You may put one of them into your graveyard. It's put one of those in your graveyard. Which is probably better than anything else, because if you don't need a land, you can help make sure you're putting land in the graveyards. If you got disturbed creatures, you can throw disturbed creatures or flashback cards into your graveyard to still be able to cast them. And it just helps you get you through your deck a little faster. Otherwise, just a 3-2. It just kind of seems okay. C-. Yeah, C-. It's a 3-2 for 3. Moving on. Gavny Dawnguard. A 1 white uncommon human soldier that's a 3-3 with Ward 1. And if it's neither day or night, Gavny Dawnguard makes it day. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. That's more like it. That's more like it. Like red, white, cheap humans, green, white, cheap humans, or any cheap creature cards. This helps you hit that. I like that. And it's got Ward 1. Yep, I like Gavny Dawnguard quite a bit. B+. Super into it. Next is the Loyal Griff. 2 and a white for an uncommon Hippogriff. It's a 2-2 with flying and flash. And when the Loyal Griff enters the battlefield, you may return another creature you control to its owner's hand. I like this one too. I like that it has flash, so you can get it at your opponent's end step to help make sure you're able to swing in with it or bring it in as a surprise blocker. And the fact that you can return another creature you control to its owner's hand is also huge because there's a lot of entry the battlefield effects. Even better, you can use it to protect one of your creatures, or if you disturbed out one of your creatures, you can flash the disturbed one back to your hand to be able to recast it. That's cool. I like them. I don't think it's so good that I want to like windmill slam this at like pick 1 or anything, but I like it. C+. Is white flash a fairly common thing now? I don't think so, but this is our second white creature we've seen with flash. Yeah, I like the Griff. Even being able to use it as a response to protect one of your high value creatures. C+ for Loyal Griff. Next, Morning Patrol. 2 and a white for a common human soldier. That's a 2-3 vigilance. Alright, and it has disturbed 3 and a white to become the Morning Apparition. It's a 2-1 flying vigilance. Oh, and again, this is another one of those.
Sweet.
The story of this card is just so cute. Morning Patrol, as in, you know, mourning the dead. So it's like her with her faithful dog walking around the graveyard, and then becomes the Morning Apparition, as in daylight. And it's just the spirit saying hi to her good boy again. That's adorable. I love that. That said, the card's not great. The 3 toughness is relevant. The vigilance part is not. And it coming back as like a 2-1 flyer with vigilance, whatever. Yeah, just kind of okay. Definitely a filler card. D+. D+ for that one. Tank and Hugger, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Next is Ritual Guardian. 2 and a white for a common human soldier. That's a 3-2. And with Coven, it has lifelink. D. Moving on. Sungold Barrage. 2 and a white for a common instant. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. This is a reprint of a bunch of other cards that had the same, exact same text. So the thing is, these kind of cards sound amazing, but it's too often do they not work out. I'd want to play one, but I don't want to grab as many of these as I possibly can. I feel like it's like a D+. It's better as a sideboard card if you know your opponent's playing a lot of big things. But like if you main deck one of these and you end up facing, you know, green-white with all these smaller creatures, it's not great. So don't get super stoked on Sun Gold Barrage. It's like a D+. Move on. Clarion Cathars, 3 and a white for common human knight. It's a 3/3, and when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Yep. Solid. You're paying 4 mana for 4 power and 4 toughness worth of stats spread across 2 creatures. It gets 2 creatures out, so that's 2/3 of the way to Coven. I think it's solid, especially if you're looking at the go wide plan for green-white. See. Next is the Dual Craft Trainer, 3 and a white uncommon human soldier. It's a 3/3 first strike. And if you have Coven, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. I'd be happy with this just as a 4 mana 3/3 first strike. Again, just assume the Coven part won't come into play. And as a 4 mana 3/3 first strike, that's solid. I think it's another C. Next, Gavany Silversmith. 3 and a white common human soldier. This is a 2/3. When Gavany Silversmith enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. That's really good. And it doesn't have to be himself, it could be any 2 target creatures. So if you have nothing else, he is a 4 mana 3/4, which is awesome. And if you got a bunch of other creatures that helps makes them out better, can help set up Coven. I like Gavany Silversmith quite a bit. C+, easy. I don't think it's quite B- range, but for sure C+. Yeah, I'd be quite happy playing one of those. Next card is Odric's Outrider, 3 and a white for an uncommon human knight. It's a 2/4. Whenever Odric's Outrider or another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. God damn. A lot of +1/+1 counters coming around for white. It's any other creature, so your tokens count towards this? Fuck, dude. Yeah, that's good. B- for Odric's Outrider. Again, if you're playing like that white-black sacrifice, or if you got Decayed tokens, Odric's is cool. It's great. B- for Odric. Search Party Captain. 3 and a white for a common human soldier. It's a 2/2. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you attacked with this turn. Okay. And then when Search Party Captain enters the battlefield, draw a card. That's fantastic. What's with suddenly white is getting all of these, like, draw a card into the battlefield effect and creatures? Did he find a way to fix white after all these years? This is super good. Super good. If you're playing an aggressive deck and you attack with 2 creatures, paying 2 mana to get a 2/2 and draw a card is fantastic. And if for some reason you can't attack 4 mana, get a body out, but you still get to replenish yourself, also fantastic. This might be the best common in white I've seen so far. Love it. B. B for Search Party Captain. I'd play that in any white deck. Next, Sigarda's Splendor. 2 white for a rare enchantment. As Sigarda's Splendor enters the battlefield, note your life total. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if your life total is greater than or equal to the last noted life total for Sigarda's Splendor. Then note your life total. Whenever you cast a white spell, you gain a life. That's a lot of words. that basically says, as long as you're keeping your life high, you get to draw extra cards for 4 mana. It sounds like a conspiracy card with the note. Yeah, they basically have to make sure you're losing life every turn, otherwise you're drawing an extra card every turn. I don't know how good that is, though. This card's either going to be, like, just dog shit, or it's going to be fantastic. And I don't know which it's going to be. If you're playing Control, quite good. It feels more like a constructed card. I'm going to lean C-. I could end up being super bad on that. Super wrong on that. I don't know. That's a weird one. Oh, let's move on. Next is the Enduring Angel, 2 white, white, white for 3/3 Mythic Angel, flying double strike. You have hexproof. If your life total would be reduced to 0 or less, instead transform Enduring Angel and your life total becomes 3. Then if Enduring Angel didn't transform this way, you lose the game. Wait, what? If Enduring Angel didn't transform this way, you lose the game. So, like, if you do, like, an instant speed removal with the trigger on the stack, you could force the loss. Or if you do some other transform. Or if she's a token. Okay, I get you. I get you. All right, what's the flip side? Angelic Enforcer. Flying, you have hexproof. Angelic Enforcer's power and toughness are each equal to your life total. And then whenever Angelic Enforcer attacks, double your life total. Oh, okay, I get it. That's cute. So it goes from a 3/3 flying double strike, you have hexproof. And if you would die, you go to 3 life instead. And then you have a 3/3 flyer, and every time it attacks, you just double your life total. So you go from 3. So then it attacks as a 6/6. And that's a lot. That's interesting. The triple white makes it hard to cast. It's probably like a B-B because it can help you stabilize. It makes you hexproof, so they can't get tricksy and just do like do damage to face. They have to do it through combat as long as Enduring Angel is around. The triple white just kind of makes it harder to cast. I would give it a B- because it does attack back for 6 against your opponent, and that is a lot, and it helps stabilize you. This might be another one of those I have to see how it plays out. That's an interesting card. I could see people trying to do like a mono white constructed deck with this card and Book of Exalted Deeds, shit like that. All right, interesting. Yeah, I will give it the benefit of the doubt and say B-. So Guardian Savior, 3 white white for a Mythic Angel that's a 3/3 flyer, and then when it enters the battlefield, if you casted it, return up to 2 target creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, that's not bad. You get a 3/3 flyer out, and you get 2 additional bodies on top of it. I'd be happy playing one of those. B+, so Guardian Savior. Why is that mythic? Because you're getting 9 mana value worth of creatures out for only 5. I like her. Next. Soul Guide Griff, 4 and a white common Hippogriff Spirit 3/4 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Yep. That's a card. D+. And final white card is Vanquish the Horde. 6 white sorcery. Rare. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature on the battlefield. Destroy all creatures? Oh, fuck. Oh, okay, there's a Wrath of God. Huh. I could see this going into most white decks still. Because if you got 2 creatures out, your opponent has 2 creatures out, you can wipe the board for only 4. And if your opponent continues to fill the board, I think you'd still want to play this in most white decks. Because a lot of the white, especially if you know if you got disturbed, sacrificing your own dudes just to get your disturbed guys out, I think it's fine. I think it's probably a B for Vanquish the Horde. Like, it's not often going to find a board wipe like that. Yeah. Overall for white, my favorite commons were easily Search Party Captain. Gavany Silversmith was up there. And what was that? Get a land card. Was that a common? Oh, no, it's uncommon. Damn, too bad. Yeah, at least those ones were my favorite commons so far in white. Neat. All right, so before we move on to blue, we gotta do a booster pack opening. Chat, if you don't know, you can out here in the chat, earn gold pieces, and redeem those gold pieces for different rewards, such as opening up a booster pack of your choosing. Shadow Walker has redeemed their gold pieces, saying, open the mystery pack if it's available. I believe I've already opened the mystery pack from someone else. Otherwise, dealer's choice. How about we open... What do I got? Let's open Masters 25. Let's see what Masters 25 got us, because this always has the double rare. Alright. Let's see what we got. Well, first off, our uncommons are Twisted Image, Ancient Carving, and Caustic Tar. So we got 2 rares. First rare is... Pact of Negation! Fuck yeah, dude. The 0 mana counter spell. Hell yeah. That freaking rules. Already fantastic. And the second rare is... Or our foil, sorry, not a rare, foil. Just a frenzied. Foil Frenzied Goblin, it's a common. That, not as cool. But boom! A Pact of Negation? Fan-frickin-tastic. Hell yeah. We in there. Oh, there you go. Shadow Walker, this is what you opened up with your gold pieces. A freaking Pact of Negation. Thank you so much. And we'll get back to, talking some magic cards. If you guys don't mind, let me actually take a moment to use the restroom, get some more water. Because this is already hurting my face quite a bit. So let's take a few minutes break to refresh ourselves. You yourself can get up, use the bathroom, get a snack. And all right, I will be right back, and then we'll get into blue. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Oops. Just breaking my stuff. Don't worry about it. All right. You guys ready to move on to blue? All right. Blue. Let's go. Consider an instant for 1 blue. Common. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. Draw a card. So it's Surveil. This is just better opt. So I could see this card actually being extremely relevant in a lot of ways. I mean, if you're playing blue in almost any other set that has opt in it, you want to play opt, and this is just a better version of it. Reason being able to put a card into your graveyard can just help you out. Like with so much flashback and disturb, this can just help make sure you're getting one of those cards in your graveyard to cast it later, and you still get to draw a card afterwards. More importantly, with all the day-bound, night-bound nonsense, having cheap little cantrips like this is probably going to end up being really important. So, I could see this card actually end up being more relevant than people would expect. I would consider at least a C, maybe C+, probably C. We'll go C. Happy playing 1. Right, Zerinus, you don't have to put it into your graveyard. If you like the card and you'd rather have it in your hand, you just put it back on top of your library, and then you draw that card. Coyote Trickster, thanks for the resub. Next is Delver of Secrets. An uncommon human wizard. It's a 1/1 for 1. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card. If it was an instant or sorcery, transform Delver of Secrets and it becomes Insectile Aberration, a 3/2 flyer. Oh. I actually like that a lot. This is definitely this is a blue-red card. Because as long as you're getting instant or sorceries and you're just letting this become a 3/2 flyer for only 1 mana, that's huge. So this is not a card you want to windmill slam into any blue deck. So it's probably like a, you don't really build around it, but if you have like a Spells Matter deck, this will end up being like a B-. That's really good though. Next is Fading Hope. 1 blue for an uncommon instant. Return target creature to its owner's hand if its mana value was 3 or less. Scry 1. So it's an unsummon with potential upside. Okay. Yeah, for the most part, it's just kind of, it's unsummoned. I wonder how relevant that's going to be. Because if it's a disturbed card, if you bounce it back to the owner's hand, well, then it's undisturbed. So any disturbed out spirit doesn't have a mana value, so this would actually get you the scry. You can target your own things to get it back to your hand, especially if they disturbed, able to recast it. I'm not certain on how good bounce is going to be because of that. I could see myself rather playing this to hit my own creatures to be able to recast them than to temporarily set back an opponent. I might be wrong on that. I'm curious about this one. My first thought is maybe a C-. It could be better, though. But I'd lean C-. Reaper, thanks to the 100 bits. Do the Disturbed cards have their original mana value or none at all? They have none at all. Next. Larder Zombie. A 1-mana common zombie. It's a 1/3 defender. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Look at the top card of your library. You may put it into your graveyard. So tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Surveil 1. No. I don't think you want to play this. Even in a slow blue-black control deck, I don't think this is what you want. It only has 1 toughness, or 1 power. The 3 toughness is fine. But I don't think you really want this. If it was like tap 3, draw a card, I'd be more into it. I'm less excited about Surveil. Yeah, I don't foresee this being very good. It's probably like a D for Larder Zombie. Move on. Otherworldly Gaze. 1 blue mana for common instant. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put any number of them into your graveyard and put the rest back on top of your library in any order. And it's got flashback for 1 and a blue. It's a 1 blue mana for an instant speed Surveil 3. I like that it's cheap. Like I said, with the Nightbound stuff, having cheap little cantrips like that couldn't matter. And it could help your setup. I don't like this nearly as much as, say, Ponder, because at least Ponder allows you to replenish itself compared to this one, which just doesn't. But it does have flashbacks, so you can do it more than once. I just don't think I'm high on it, though. It's probably still like a D+. Yeah. I don't like that one as much as Ponder. If I had to pick between the two, I'd go Ponder. Next. Secrets of the Key. 1 blue for common instant. Investigate. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, investigate twice instead. And it's got flashback for 3 and a blue. How important is having artifacts out? Because with the way this plays out, you're still spending 3 mana to draw 1. And 8 mana to draw 2. Is there like artifact synergy I'm not aware of or something? Because this seems bad. This feels like a D- to me. Am I missing something? Weird that they didn't call it Surveil. Well, I think they're just trying to keep keyword text to a minimum. Yeah, I'm not into this card. I'm saying D-, unless I'm just super wrong about artifacts mattering or not. I don't believe it does. Next up, the Bait Hook Angler. 1 and a blue for 2/1. That's it. But it also has Disturb for 1 and a blue for it to become the Hook Haunt Drifter, and it's a 1/2 flyer. That is bad. That's bad. No matter which way you look at it, that's a bad card. That's another D-. Triacus, thanks to that resub, up to 3 months. Moving on. Covetous Castaway, 1 in the blue for an uncommon 1/3 human. When the Covetous Castaway dies, mill 3 cards. And has Disturb 3 blue to become the Ghostly Castigator. It's a 3/4 flyer. And when it enters the battlefield, you may shuffle up to 3 target cards from your graveyard into your library. This guy's a little bit better. Again, especially when you care about that self-mill. And then you can disturb him back out and get cards that you don't want in your graveyard back into your deck somewhere. 3/4 flyer is solid for 5 mana. Yeah, that's not bad. Not amazing by any means, because it's still initially just a 1/3. But it's not bad. C. C for Covetous Castaway. Next, Geist Wave. 1 in a blue common instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and if you control that permanent, draw a card. That's okay. Again, this kind of rewards you for targeting your own stuff, like your own disturbed creatures, or using it to protect one of your own creatures, because then you get to pop it back to your hand, replay it, but also replenish yourself. Otherwise, versus an opponent stuff, just kind of okay. Yeah, just kind of okay. I still think it's a D+ for Geist Wave. Next, Locked in the Cemetery. 1 in a blue for a common aura enchant creature. When Locked in the Cemetery enters the battlefield, if there are 5 or more cards in your graveyard, tap Enchanted Creature. Enchanted Creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Yep. Just your classic blue tap down a creature forever card. If you got 5 more cards in your graveyard already, spending only 2 mana to do that is very good. Yeah, fully 1 on blue, I like it. That's an easy C+ for Locked in the Cemetery. C+. Next, Malevolent Hermit. 1 in a blue for a rare human wizard. It's 2/1. For 1 blue, sacrifice Malevolent Hermit. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 3. Okay. That's tight. I like that. It also has Disturb. 2 in a blue, and it comes out as Benevolent Geist. A 2/2 flying spirit wizard. Non-creature spells you control can't be countered. That rules. This will probably end up being a better constructed card than Limited. But I don't hate it. Again, the story. Angry old hermit, I hate everyone. But then he dies and he's like, oh no, I'm just so lonely. Come on by and say hi. Definitely a better constructed card, but Limited, it's probably still just like a C. Yeah, just a C for that. Move on. Shipwreck Sifters. 1 in a blue for common spirit. 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card. And then whenever you discard a spirit card or a card with Disturb, put a +1/+1 counter on Shipwreck Sifters. I'm a little more onto that. 2 mana looter. And if you set it, and there's a good chance you might be able to set this up to get a 2 mana 2/3. With potential upside for later in the game. Yeah, that's not bad. I'd give it a C. I don't know if there's a lot of discard effects that you want to do on yourself where Shipwreck Sifters can really go off. This is probably meant more for blue-white than blue-black, I would think. But still seems solid. We'll give it C. Does this count Disturbed side for Spirit? It would not, Evil Guy. It would only count its front-facing side. Next, the Scab Wrangler. 1 in a blue. For uncommon human wizard as a 2/1. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Tap target creature. That's bad. You gotta tap 3 of your creatures just to tap down one of theirs. Again, in a ideal world, you get a bunch of the 2/2 zombie tokens, and you can do that. I don't think this is good. This is like a D minus. Yeah, I don't like it. D minus. Spectral Adversary, 1 in a blue for a 2/1 Mythic Spirit. With flash and flying, and then when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 in a blue any number of times. When you do, put that many +1/+1 counters on Spectral Adversary, then up to that many other target artifacts, creatures, or enchantments phase out? Fascinating. So you can use this to phase out and protect your own things, or you can use that to phase out your opponent's things to set yourself up for a big attack. Interesting. I mean, it's not like a bomb compared to the other white card that we saw with the same effect, but this is still pretty good. I'd give it a B+. I would feel like I would want to get towards a 4 mana to have a 4/2 flyer. And set itself up for being able to get a couple attacks in there. That's interesting. Yeah, B+ for Spectral Adversary. Next, Startle. 1 in a blue, common instant. Target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. Create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed and draw a card. That's interesting. This certainly sets yourself up for getting that resource. Like I said earlier, I think the 2/2 black zombies, for the most part, you want to use as a resource that you're tapping to use other ways, and not just necessarily attacking with them. I like that it cantrips and draws itself. It's an okay combat track. Interesting. I could see blue-black zombie decks wanting these. It would still only be like a D+, C- range for those. We'll say D+. That's interesting. Next. Suspicious Stowaway. 1 in a blue for a rare 1/1 human rogue werewolf. Suspicious Stowaway can't be blocked. And whenever Suspicious Stowaway deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, discard a card. And it has Daybound. If it becomes night, it's then the Seafaring Werewolf. It's a green 2/1 werewolf. Seafaring Werewolf can't be blocked, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. This is dope. It's like it's very much like the Yuan-Ti Malazan from Forgotten Realms. We're just kind of getting in there and getting a little bit of a card advantage, and then if you just don't cast anything and make it into a 2/1 and just let it start getting in there, unblockable damage and drawing a card, that is fantastic. And even though you're spending 2 mana that can't be blocked, and your opponent has to deal with it, otherwise the card advantage is too good. Suspicious Stowaway is excellent. A-. Probably the best blue card I've seen so far. Next is Triska Decaphile. 1 a blue for a rare 1/3 human wizard. You have no maximum hand size. But at the beginning of your upkeep, if you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win the game. 3 in a blue, draw a card. So, let's be honest with ourselves. That'll be one of this set's achievement unlocked, right? If you can win with Triska Decaphile just by drawing a card. But in limited, it's a creature that you can pump mana into to draw a card. But again, I feel like there's so many flashback and disturb things that you're going to have places to put your mana, and 4 mana to draw 1 probably isn't where you want it to be. It's an okay 2-drop. I would say just okay. I would lean C- for Triska Decaphile. Yeah, C minus. Decent without the win con? I don't know. I just feel like 4 mana draw cards a lot in a set where you already got plenty of places to put your mana. I mean, it is another option, sure. It just isn't like a hell yeah, windmill slam that bitch down. Next is Unblinking Observer. 1 and a blue for common homunculus. 2 and a 1. It's a 2/1. Tap, add blue mana. Spend this mana only to pay a disturb cost or cast an instant or sorcery spell. It's okay. I don't know how helpful that ramp is going to be. I feel like it's a D. Again, just like that 2/1 at 2 mana isn't awesome. Especially since we've seen a lot of the signpost gold cards be 2/3s. Yeah, we'll say D. Next is Component Collector. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/4 common homunculus. When it enters the battlefield, if it's neither day or night, it becomes day. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent. Oh, okay, so it's bad. D minus. Right? Like, just like D minus. It's not, doesn't untap next untaps up or anything like that. It's just tap or untap target non-land permanent. That's it. Nah, D minus for Component Collector. Sorry, man. Next, Dissipate. 1 blue for an uncommon instant counter target spell. If the spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. This is a reprint. They've had Dissipate before. It's also a little more relevant in this set because of how many things have Disturb or Flashback. It gets a little bit more value here. But if you're playing that control deck, you'd be happy playing one of these. Easily a C for Dissipate. Next is Falcon Abomination, which is horrifying. 2 and a blue for a common zombie bird. It's a 2/2 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. Okay. It's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer is passes the vanilla test, but you also get a 2/2 black zombie resource with it. Interesting. Yeah, I think these are fine. It's probably a C for Falcon Abomination. It is also itself a zombie bird. So if you got that zombie lord blue-black card, then it's a 3/2 flyer for 3 mana. Then it's better. Yeah, C for Falcon Abomination. Flip the switch. 2 and a blue, common instant, counter target spell unless its controller pays 4, and you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. These ones are also a bit harder. I mean, paying 4 is a lot. It makes Flip the Switch much better in the early game than it does in the late game. Because after your opponent has a bunch of mana to pay for it. And in the late game, I don't know how helpful another 2/2 black zombie decay token is going to be. I don't like Flip the Switch as much. I'd lean C minus for Flip the Switch. Like, if you really need counter spells for your control deck, sure, here you go, but Dissipate is a better choice. Next is Mysterious Tome, an uncommon artifact for 2 and a blue that has pay 2, tap it, draw a card, transform Mysterious Tome, and it becomes the Chilling Chronicle. Still an artifact that says pay 1, tap it, tap target non-land permanent, transform Chilling Chronicle. That's really stupid. like really stupid. So here's the problem with it. When you pay 2, you say you got on this side and you pay 2, tap it, draw a card, boom. Now it says like, haha, now I can tap down one of your guys so you can't attack or block. Well, you already had to pay 2 and tap it. It doesn't untap when you flip it. It's still tapped. So you can only use these once a turn. That's not great. It's like a D-, I think. I think this is dumb, clunky, and not even worth it. No. Way out of Mysterious Tome. Big no to that one. I'd rather it just be like draw a card forever. Alright, let's move on from that. Stupid. Next, Nebelgast Intruder. Tuna blue for Uncommon Spirit. It's a 2/1 with flying and flash. When it enters the battlefield, up to 1 target creature an opponent controls gets -2, -0 until end of turn. Yeah, that's solid. I always like these flash effects. And it's a combat trick of sorts. You can give yourself better blocks or better attacks. Yeah, I think it's fine. Nebelgast Intruder is solid. C+. Next up, Ominous Roost. Tuna blue enchantment. When Ominous Roost enters the battlefield, or whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying, and this creature can block only creatures with flying. Ah, man. I almost got excited about it. I mean, if your 1/1 flyers could also block ground creatures, I could see this being really good. But this is another one of those, like, red-blue cards to make your spells matter. You get, like, a little 1/1 on top of it, and then just want to be aggressive, but I don't think it's quite good enough. It's probably still, like, a D- for Ominous Roost. Like, maybe it could work in a build-around, but I don't think it has enough. Because they can't block, I don't think so. Dragoon Knight, thanks for that resub, by the way. Moving on. An Overwhelmed Archivist. Tuna blue for an Uncommon Human Wizard. That's a 3/2. Okay. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card. Awesome. And then it has Disturb 3 and a blue to become the Archive Haunt. It's a 2/1 flyer, and whenever it attacks, draw a card, discard a card. Yeah. All right. That's another just kind of solid 3-drop. Just a C. I can't imagine it's going to be able to attack a whole lot for that draw, discard a card. But at least a C for the Overwhelmed Archivist. Next. Patrician Geist. Tuna blue for a rare Spirit Knight. That's a 2/2 with flying. Other spirits you control get +1/+1. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 last to cast. That's awesome. So, like I said earlier, any creature that gets disturbed out automatically becomes a spirit. And this just pumps any disturbed out creature and makes it cheaper for you to disturb them out. It's also works with your flashback cards, and it's a 2/2 flyer for 3 mana. This has everything. I really like Patrician Geist. A-. Start building up spirits for the Geist? Yeah, dude. Love it. Very good. Next. Poppet Stitcher. Tuna blue for a mythic human wizard. It's a 2/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. And at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more creature tokens, you may transform Poppet Stitcher. Okay, so it's a may. And it becomes a Poppet Factory and Artifact. Creature tokens you control lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 3/3. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you may transform Poppet Factory. Okay. So you basically try to make as many 2/2 zombies as you can with Decayed. And then when you got the factory, suddenly all those zombies are 3/3s without decay. And then if you ever run out of tokens, you can just flip it right on back to Poppet Stitcher and get back to work. That's cool. It feels like a build around. Is it a build around? Maybe not. It's at least a B. But potentially way better than I realize. I like it though. I want to see it play. Wyvern Winter, thanks for that resub. Next, Devious Cover Up, classic reprint. 2 blue for Black Instant counter spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead, and you may shuffle up to 4 card cards from your graveyard into your library. I want to like this card, but a 4 mana counter spell is not where you want to be. I'm sorry to say. 2 blue, too much. This is like a D counter spell. Of all the other counter spells they've shown so far, this is the weakest one. Let's move on. Firmament Sage, 3 blue for an uncommon human wizard. That's a 2/3. If it's either day or night, it becomes day when the Firmament Sage enters the battlefield. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, draw a card. This is one of those. I need to see how many. I would need to see this in a game because, like, I don't know how often you're going to be flipping back between Nightbound and Daybound in a typical match. I have no idea. If you can make this happen like 2-3 times, awesome. Very good. It really kind of depends. Also, shout out to this freaking Bastok theme. This sounds awesome. This is a hard one to grade because I have no idea how the games are going to play out. A 4 mana 2/3 isn't awesome, but if you get to draw cards, it just doesn't. Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't block well. I'd still lean C- for Firmament Sage, unless like the switching between night and day thing is consistent and it gets way better from that. It could go up to like a C+, B-. My instinct says C- though. We'll move on. Gale Drifter, 3 blue for common 3/2 flying hippogriff, but also has Disturb, and it comes out as Whale Drifter, a flying 2/2. And that's it. So it's like a Wing Drake that comes back as Worst Drake. I mean, it sure is. That's a like D+. Yeah. D+ for that one. Next up, Grafted Identity, 2 blue for a rare aura. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature. Enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Nope, that's great. That's great. For only 4 mana? I mean, you can sack whatever other creature, but if you're taking one of your opponents, you're getting something better out of the deal. And it still puts you ahead on board versus your opponent, so A- for Grafted Identity. I want to take his face off. Next up, Memory Deluge. 2 blue for a rare instant. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast the spell. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest onto the bottom of your library in a random order. Flashback 5 blue. So basically look at the top X cards, 4 cards of your library, get 2. Then look at the top 7 cards of your library, pick 2. That's fantastic. At instant speed? That's really good. B+ for Memory Deluge. Not quite A minus because it's not going to be like Windmill Slam Bomb win you the game, but like the card sifting and card advantage in that is fucking ridiculous. I mean, you get to pick your favorite 4 cards out of 11. That's awesome. Yeah, I like Memory Deluge a lot. That's going to be a freaking constructed card for sure. Next is Organ Hoarder. 3 in a blue for a common zombie. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Michael Costello with 1,000 bits. Thank you. This is a really fucking good card. You go to the top 3, pick your favorite one, put the rest in your graveyard, get that self-mill, but also get to pick your favorite card out of all of them for only 3/2 at common. I want as many of these as I can in my blue deck. This is like a B plus for blue. Are you kidding me? It's a 3/2, so it trades up and against most things quite well, and you're just getting more value out of it. Oh, wow. Really like Organ Hoarder. Really like Organ Hoarder. This might be blue's best common I've seen so far. Yeah, B+. Next, Revenge of the Drowned. 3 in a blue for a common instant. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library, and you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. These spells usually end up playing out a little bit better than just outright spell effects like Unsummon. Because forcing them to either have it go away permanently or waste a draw step getting it back again makes it a little bit better. And they get a little 2/2 zombie, which is, you know, again, more resource. I think it's at least a C. I don't think I'd want to play more than one of these in my blue deck unless I was really desperate. But it's not bad. I would say C. Next, Vivisection. 3 in a blue for uncommon sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 3 cards. In most... 4-mana Village Rites, basically. But like paying 4 mana to draw 3 cards is a lot. Like you get a lot of cards. But again, kind of like I pointed out with other cards earlier, this set doesn't really seem like it has a lack of things for you to do with your mana every turn. With how much flashback and disturb there is, for the most part, you're going to have something to do, and taking a turn off just to draw 3 cards at sorcery speed and I mean, I don't feel like the sacrificing a creature part is going to be all that difficult with how much zombie tokens are going to be. I am not certain that just raw card draw is going to be that needed in this set. Could be super wrong. I'll have to see. It's like I would say like a C-. But I think it might end up being worse just because you always have things to do. That's my instinct. We'll have to see how this set plays. Next, Curse of Surveillance. So that's gross. 4 in a blue for an aura. Enchant player. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, any number of target players other than that player each draw cards equal to the number of curses attached to that player. This is a commander card. F. Moving on. Drowned Amalgam. 4 in a blue for a common zombie horror. It's a 3/6. When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 3 cards, which means yourself. You'll want to do it to yourself. And then for 2 in a blue, Drowned Amalgam can't be blocked this turn. If it was a 4/5, I'd be happy to do that, but only 3 power doesn't make John Amalgam all that exciting. And there are way better things you can do with 5 mana than this guy. Yeah, it just doesn't look very exciting. D for John Amalgam. Next up is Lear? Disciple of the Drowned. 3 blue for a mythic legendary human wizard. He's a 3/4. Spells can't be countered. Each instant and sorcery in your graveyard has flashback. The flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. What the fuck? Just be able to recast all of your spells and there's nothing the opponent can do about it? Oh, okay. A. A. There's really not much else to say about it. I could see this showing up in Constructed. Next, Sludge Monster. 3 blue for a rare horror creature. 5/5. Whenever Sludge Monster enters the battlefield or attacks, put a slime counter on up to 1 other target creature. Non-horror creatures with slime counters on them lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 2/2. Okay, I get you. So it's a 5 mana 5/5 that comes down and you weaken one of your opponent's creatures. And you just keep sludging them, making them weaker and weaker. Or if you've got like a shitty 1/1 or 0/2 token or something, you can use that to kind of improve one of your creatures. That seems solid. No trample or evasion or anything like that doesn't make it like the best attacker because you're still giving your opponent creatures to block with. I think it's like a B+. Yeah, or if you got any decayed creatures, it kind of improves them. Yeah, it's like a B+. Next is Stormrider Spirit. 4 in the blue for a common spirit. It's a 3/3 flyer with flash. And that's it. And that's just not good enough these days. D. D for Stormrider Spirit. And finally in blue is Phantom Carriage. 4 blue for an uncommon spirit. It's a 4/4 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a card with flashback or disturb, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. Now that's great. That's great. A 4/4 flyer is big. And then getting any flashback or disturb card into your graveyard basically just straight up gives you card advantage. Because you can guarantee yourself being able to cast something else the next turn. And you can make sure you're getting something impactful. Phantom Carriage is excellent. I like that a lot. B. That's a B, maybe B+ for Phantom Carriage. Very good. So that is blue. Blue's got some fun tricks in there, but as usual, its raw creature power isn't great. I think I might like the blue spirits more than the blue zombies. But solid. Let's move on to black. Oh, the best blue common, by the way, was that Oregon Hoarder. This guy's amazing. That's so good. Next up. First thing in black is Champion of the Parish. So 1/1 zombie at rare for 1. Whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Champion of the Parish. Well, that is ridiculous. Again, if you can get this out on like turn 1, 2, or 3, it's going to get very big very quickly. Because this counts zombie tokens too. Super good. Champion of the Parish gets an A-. Easy. Move on. Crawl from the Cellar. Sorcery at 1 black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target zombie you control with flashback 3 in a black. Okay. So it's a revive with slight upside, but you can do it more than once. I am not certain how good just returning a creature card from your graveyard to your hand is going to be versus just disturbing something out. I mean, the +1/+1 counter in a zombie is whatever. It seems okay. I'd lean like C- for it.
Sweet.
I do like that it has flashback, so you can make sure you stay ahead a little bit in card advantage. Makin Zangetsu, thank you for the Twitch Prime resub. Next is... Oh, Duress is back. Yo. I actually really like that Duress art. That's cool. That's really freaking cool. Yeah, this reprinted so many times. Target opponent reveals their hand, choose a non-creature, non-land, farm it. That player discards that card. This card feels worse in this set. Like, worse. When there's so many cards with Disturb or Flashback, it makes the rest weaker. And I'm not into it. I don't think you want to play Duress at all. I would say like D- for Duress. Unless you know you're facing a control player. I don't know. I don't think Duress is going to be a really good card to play in this set. I could be wrong. Morning, Ray Ray. It's all good. I hope work's been going well for you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, if somebody flashbacks and Disturb, I don't think you want to play Duress. Maybe sideboard? I would agree with that, Arble. If you're playing against a control player, Duress does get better. Or if you see them having not played a lot of Disturb or flashback cards, it does get better. But you don't want to main deck this. Like, it's a sideboard card at best. Still a D- for Duress. Eaten Alive for 1 black sorcery speed. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 3 and a black. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Oh. There's some gosh dang removal. I think it's a B. Like, 5 mana, 3 black, exile target creature or planeswalker is still fine. And then, if you desperately need to, you can do that with one of your zombie tokens or whatever to hit something else for only 1 black. Yeah, Eaten Alive's great. B. Do I normally grade the cards in a new set as a limited standpoint or overall? I recently started doing that return. I feel like it's a way that I can try to improve my own skills at limited and drafting. And this kind of becomes a great topic of conversation for everyone. Disturb tokens? You mean decay tokens, right? But yeah, if you get any like decay token out and like you can't attack, you might as well just sacrifice them, exile frickin' whatever and get in there. Yep, B for Eaten Alive. Next, Ecstatic Awakener. A 1/1 human wizard for 1 black. 2 and a black, sacrifice another creature. Draw a card, then transform Ecstatic Awakener. And it becomes the Awoken Demon, a 4/4. What the fuck? I like that you can do this at instant speed. So you're still paying 4 mana to get a 4/4. But it does give you another sack outlet. This is probably meant for a white-black. It's the fact that you get to draw a card off that sack makes it better. Yeah, like just cash in a token to pump this guy and draw another card off it. I actually like him. I like him. I'm going to give him a C. Yeah, at least a C for Ecstatic Awakener, but that's cool. Next is Rotten Reunion. Common instant for 1 black. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Make a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed and has flashback for 1 and a black. Graveyard hate actually seems like it could end up being pretty important. You got to be careful when you cast this card, though, because by my understanding, you cannot cast this in response to someone casting something from their graveyard because it's already leaving the graveyard and being cast. So this, you can't use this in response to them trying to flashback or disturb something. You need to use this beforehand. That said, I think there is going to be enough. There's going to be enough targets for this that if you're playing the zombies deck or need zombies, this could actually end up being okay. Yeah, it's like a D+. Yeah, it does say exile up to once. You could just use it to make a 2/2 zombie. I'm pretty sure you can exile in response. They've had this similar effect in a different set, though. And that was not the case. I might just be wrong. No, I don't think you can. In the same way that once a card is being cast from a hand, you cannot, like, cast a spell that would make an opponent discard the card they're trying to cast. Yeah, you cannot exile in response. Yeah. You have to cast this before they get a chance to cast it. Yeah. So that said, this is better as a sideboard card when you're playing against someone who has a lot of relevant graveyard cards, or if you just need zombies for your blue-black deck. There you go. Still just a D+ for it. Moving on. Blade Brand. 1 in a black. Target creature gains death touch till end of turn. Draw a card. Another reprint. And it sure is a card. D. Next. Foul Play. 1 in a black for an uncommon sorcery. Destroy target creature with power 2 or less and investigate. There we go. See, now I like that. You get to take out a smaller creature for just a little bit of mana, and you get to investigate and draw a card later on. Yes. I like Foul Play. B-. Is this one of those cases where you have to have at least a creature in the graveyard to potentially target to even cast this thing? For Rotten Reunion Daddy Steel? No, because it does say exile up to 1 target card. It doesn't even say creature card, which means you can hit flashback spells. And it's instant speed, so again, if you got nothing and you just need a 2/2 zombie, you can do it that way too. Yeah, B- for Foul Play. Next, Ghoulish Procession. 1 in a black for an uncommon enchantment. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures die, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. This ability triggers only once each turn. Nah. I don't like that one as much. If it came with a 2/2 black zombie token at first and then could generate more, I'd be more on board. But I don't think I like this as is. Even as a, like, even in decks that care about zombies, like, being able to make sure you're getting zombies out or killing things so you get triggers off this doesn't seem great. Yeah, I don't think I like Ghoulish Procession. D for that one. Hydrate. Next up, Heirloom Mirror. 1 in a black for an uncommon artifact. 1 tap, pay 1 life, discard a card. Draw a card, mill a card, then put a ritual counter on Heirloom Mirror. Then if it has 3 or more ritual counters on it, remove them and transform it, activate it only as a sorcery. And then it becomes the Inherited Fiend, a 4/4 flyer. 2 black, exile target creature card from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Inherited Fiend. I get it. It's like saying Bloody Mary in the mirror 3 times, and then they appear! So you're basically paying life, and you have to rummage. I mean, you get to draw a card and mill a card, which is always good. You can only sorcery speed it, though. This is another one of those cards where I really don't know. Because this could end up being too slow to be relevant. And you're gonna end up having to pay 3 life to get the 4/4 flyer. Which, like, this is like a big, good creature, though. Yeah, I don't know. I worry it's gonna be too slow, especially with how good the aggro I saw in like red, white, and black red is. I think it's a D for Heirloom Mirror. Maybe I'm dumb and you could get it out sooner than that, though, but I think it's a D. Next, Infernal Grasp. 1 and a black for an uncommon instant sorcery. Destroy target creature, you lose 2 life. Oh, fucking awesome. That's fucking great. B+. All right, done. Moving on. Jadar, Ghoul Caller of Nephalia. It's a 1 and a black for a legendary human wizard at rare. It's a 1/1. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decayed, make a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. Okay, so this guy just makes sure that you always got a zombie to chill out with. Okay. Yeah. He's an enabler. He definitely wants to put you into that black zombie deck or even a sacrifice deck, but help set up all of those. Yeah, that's good. I like him. B. If you get him down on turn 2, at the end step, you got this guy plus a 2/2 black zombie. Nice. Yeah, B. Next is Necrosynthesis. 1 and a black for an uncommon aura, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has, whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And then when the enchanted creature dies, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is its power. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That's fascinating. So usually what makes aura cards a trap is that how often do you 2-for-1 yourself? Like you put this on one of your favorite creatures, then they kill that creature and you lose 2 cards. But Necrosynthesis makes it so that when that creature dies, you actually get to look at the top X cards and replenish it by finding another card. It's still just an aura at the end of the day, but I actually like the ability of it. And if you got decay tokens, you can like start jamming +1/+1 counters. I'm not certain on that. I still don't think I'd want to go higher than anything than like a C- on it. Just because I do like how it helps you find another card back. It's still an aura though. And you need a creature to only play it. If you got no creatures and you draw this, it feels bad. I'll go C- on it. But I'm very curious. Next. Novice Occultist, 1 and a black for a common human wizard. It's a 1/2. When Novice Occultist dies, you draw a card and you lose a life. Great. I like her. I would jam these in my white-black sacrifice decks, no problem. Yeah, happy with that Novice Occultist. C. Next, Olivia's Midnight Ambush. 1 and a black for common instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If it's night, that creature gets -13/-13. Okay, yeah. This is going to take out a healthy amount of creatures during the day. And if it's nightbound, it kills anything. Great. B. Nighttime Fatal Push. Yeah, basically. B for Olivia's Midnight Ambush. Next. Siege Zombie. 1 and a black for 2/2 zombie at common. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Each opponent loses 1 life. Okay. It's a 2/2 for 2. Got it. D, moving on. Slaughter Specialist. 1 and a black for a rare vampire warrior. It's a 3/3. What the fuck? When Slaughter Specialist enters the battlefield, each opponent creates a 1/1 white human creature token. And then whenever a creature an opponent control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Slaughter Specialist. Ah, okay, I get you. So yeah, it's a 2-mana 3/3. But your opponent does get a 1/1 to block with it right away. But when a creature dies, she still gets +1/+1. She's still good. It's still very good. A. It still would need a double block of some sort to take out the Slaughter Specialist. Because that 1/1 human white creature token just isn't doing enough. Yes, I like Slaughter Specialist a lot. I think she's an A. And it's not hard to get rid of 1/1 white human creature tokens or set your opponent up for a blowout. And if you kill them and she gets bigger. Nope, I like her a lot. A for Slaughter Specialist. Next is Tainted Adversary, the next in the adversary line. 1 and a black for a mythic zombie. It's a 2/3 Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 to black any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many +1/+1 counters on Tainted Adversary, then create twice that many 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed. Fan-fucking-tastic. This is another A. I would be happy to play this out just as a 1 and a black for a 2/3 Death Touch. Awesome. And then if you get it out for, what is that, 5 mana, you got a 3/4 Death Touch plus 2/2 zombies. 8 mana, it's even better. Yeah, A+ for Tainted Adversary. Feels absurdly good. It is very good. A+ for Tainted. Next is the Meat Hook Massacre. A legendary mythic enchantment, X black. When the Meat Hook Massacre enters the battlefield, each creature gets -X until end of turn. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, you gain 1 life. So this is an enchantment-based board wipe. So put it down for 3, giving all creatures -3/-3. You're basically wiping the board. Your opponent loses life and you gain a lot of life. I like it. Yeah, this is basically like a black board wipe. Where would I rate this? It's certainly a more control black card. I still think it's an A- though. Is A- sound right? B? I think B is too low. Because, like, if you're ahead on board, you don't need to play this. If you're behind on board, you play this to take out most of your opponent's creatures and stabilize a little bit. And then if you're at parity, you play this so it's just enough to take out most of your opponent's creatures and still come out ahead. Yeah, I think it's A-. Next up, Vampire Interloper. 1 and a black for a common Vampire Scout. It's a 2/1 flyer that can block. That's good. We saw how aggressive the black-red vampire cards want to be, and this is, yeah, just a 2/1 flyer that you can start getting in there. Yep. I like Vampire Interloper. See? Exactly, Eye of Evil. The enchantment effects stay in play after the cast, so even more creatures dying is just going to keep draining more life. Next, Vengeful Strangler. 1 and a black for an uncommon human rogue. It's a 2/1 who can't block. And when the Vengeful Strangler dies, return it to the battlefield transformed under your control. Under your control, attached to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. What? And it comes back as Strangling... Oh, it comes back as an aura card. Strangling Grasp. At the beginning of your upkeep, Enchanted Permanent's controller sacrifices a non-land permanent and loses 1 life. That's awesome. Again, the flavor of this card. This guy's shackled up, and then the shackled hands come back for vengeance. It's a bummer that this can't block. But still, you can keep swinging in there with it, and your opponent has to deal something with it eventually, because otherwise you're just going to keep getting in there for 2 damage. And the chances are, whatever permanent you put this on top of, the opponent can always just sacrifice that permanent to get rid of the grasp. But if you're able to hit one of their valuable creatures with it, well, that's kind of valuable. I think I like it enough. I think it's a C+ for Vengeful Strangler. Again, it's in that aggressive side. Moving on. Arrogant Outlaw. When Arrogant Outlaw... Sorry. It's a common vampire noble, 2 black, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay, so it's kind of like Vampire Spawn, but a little more stipulation. Still a fine card, C-. Next, Bloodline Culling, 1 black for a rare instant. Choose one. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn, or creature tokens get -2/-2 until end of turn. That is fascinating. Black has all the removal. So you can use this as a 3-mana spot removal on 1 big creature, or if your opponent's making a lot of tokens, you just wipe the board of tokens. That's great. Bloodline Culling's awesome. This is like an easy B+. Yep. Yeah, B+, Bloodline Culling. Next card. Blood Pact. 2 and a black for a common instant. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Oh. Yes. Normally, this kind of effect in black is at sorcery speed, but in instant, this is way better. Because I normally don't like playing these cards because they are sorcery. Task me down. All my defenses are down. But at instant speed, this gives you an option to kind of do it when you want to. And if you really want to get cute about it, you could use this to finish off an opponent who's down to 2 life. I like Blood Pact. That said, it's still just like a raw card draw spell. It's an instant speed divination where you lose life. We'll have to see how important card draw is in this set. It's probably still just a C at this cost, but I'm into it. Innistrad Zombies looking sexy. I agree, Plasma Bit. Man, I hope Standard becomes good again. Does Bloodline Culling kill Arlen? If Arlen is in werewolf form as a 4/4 and you make it down into a 0/0, yes, she would die. Next, Covert Cutpurse. 2 and a black for a 2/1 uncommon human rogue. When it enters the battlefield, destroy a target creature you don't control that was dealt damage this turn. Alright, and it has Disturb, 4 and a black for it to become a Covetous Geist. It's a 2/2 flying Death Touch. Okay. So the Covert Cutpurse works great with your zombie tokens. Because if your opponent just like kind of blocks them with anything with 3 toughness or more, you can play the Cutpurse afterwards and take them out. And then you can chomp with the Cutpurse and get a 2/2 flying Death Touch for later. I actually like that a lot. Yeah, I think it seems solid. C+. C+ for Covert Cutpurse. Next, Curse of Leeches. Another curse. 2 and a black. Enchant player at rare. As this permanent transforms into Curse of Leeches, attach it to a player. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, they lose 1 life and you gain 1 life. Daybound, and its Nightbound version is Leeching Lurker. You get a 4/4 lifelink. And if it goes back to Daybound, you just recurse the opponent. I don't know how much I'd like that. I don't think I'm into it. So it's at the enchanted player's upkeep, you drain them for 1. B+, I don't think it's B+. It's a bit on the clunky side. See, the thing is, you're paying 3, you put this on the player. And that's it. All it's going to do is next turn, it drains the opponent for 1. Then it comes back to your turn. To get that 4/4, you have to do nothing else on your turn. Or if you do anything else, you just continue to drain them for another 1. And if you're at a point where your opponent has like 2-3 creatures out and you have nothing, it's that aura problem, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is going to play out too clunkily. I would give it like a C-. I guess it kind of depends on how much control over the Daybound, Nightbound thing all the players can have. Yeah, I think C- for Curse of Leeches. I'm not into it. Next up, Defenestrate. 2 and a black, common, instant, destroy target creature without flying. Holy shit! How many removal spells is that in black now? Because goddamn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. B+. You'll want this in your black deck. Still, B+. Great. God damn. Moving on. Graveyard Trespasser. Oh, plus the board wipe. Fuck. Alright, so black is the best. Graveyard Trespasser. 2 and a black for a rare 3/3 human werewolf with ward, discard a card. You love to see it. Whenever Graveyard Trespasser enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, you drain your opponents for 1. And at night, it transforms into the Graveyard Glutton. A 4/4 werewolf with still ward, discard a war card. And then when it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. For each creature card, drain your opponent for 1. Fantastic. Hey. Easy A for Graveyard Trespasser. The ward cost of discard a card is so good, because no matter what, if your opponent wants to use any kind of removal on your card, you 2-for-1 them. And that's just so good. It's a 3 mana for 3. It becomes even better. Exiling can be super relevant with all the disturb stuff and flashback. Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser is great. Next up, Hobbling Zombie. 2 and a black for common zombie. It's a 2/2 Death Touch. And when it dies, you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. Yep. I'm in for that. That's a solid C. Jaren, the Corrupted Bishop. 2 and a black at Mythic for a legendary human cleric. That's a 2/3. Whenever Jaren enters the battlefield or another non-token human you control dies, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 white human creature token. Oh, okay, so when you play Jaren, you lose a life but also get a 1/1 human with it. 2, target human you control gains lifelink until end of turn, and that can collude himself. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you have exactly 13 life, you may pay 4 black. If you do, transform Jaren, all right, to what? Ormondal the Corruptor, a 6/6 flying trample lifelink. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card? Holy shit. That is hilarious. You feel like it's not good? Nope, it's great. Here's why, Jugon. Ignore everything else. Ignore the flippy side, ignore the lifelink side, ignore the Ormondal side, ignore all of that, all right? You're playing 2 and a black for a 2/3 and a 1/1. So for 3 mana, you're getting 3 power and 4 toughness worth of stats spread across 2 different creatures. That alone is already excellent. That puts it into B range. But now you can give your humans lifelink. And if you have 13 life, you could transform this into something horrifying. Now, the one downside about this is that you can only pay this at your end step. So you can't do it like pre-combat and then be able to get in there with a 6/6 flying trample lifelink right away. But being able to sacrifice another creature, draw a card on this side is amazing. No, I think Jaren Corrupted Bishop is fucking awesome. Easy A for Jaren. Next up, the Mask of Grizzlebrand. 1 black for a rare legendary equipment. Equipped creature has flying and lifelink. Fuck, alright. Whenever equipped creature dies, you may pay X life where X was its power. If you draw X cards? I kind of love it. Well then. Yep. That seems great. Is that an A minus? It's probably more B plus because it's equipment. But I love it. That's great. Mask of Grizzlebrand's awesome. Just giving yourself flying and lifelink lets you get in there and you start gaining life so that when it does die, you can afford to draw the X cards. Love it. Next up, a Morbid Opportunist. 2 and a black for a 1/3 human rogue, uncommon. Whenever 1 or more other creatures die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, now we're getting the kind of rogues I want to see. I like her. Sadly, it is only a 1/3, so can't really block tokens and make it happen on her own. But still. Like her. It's like a C+ for a Morbid Opportunist. Next, No Way Out. 2 and a black. Common sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. You create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. So it's Mind Rot. Only you get a 2/2 out of it. Alright. Once again, I don't think you should be playing discard effects in this set at all. Again, with how much Disturb and how much flashback cards are out there, your opponent gets to choose which cards they discard. They're going to discard the cards they can play again. And all you get out of it is a 2/2 black zombie creature token. I don't think you want to play this. It's a sideboard card, especially if you're doing like a best of 3 set. And your opponent's playing a lot of stuff that doesn't have flashback and it doesn't have disturb. And on the draw, this card does become much better. Because on the play, your opponent has less cards to use, and hitting him for 2 with that improves itself. So, sideboard card at best. And even then, it's like a sideboard D+. I think I just heard an explosion outside. Or a gunshot? I don't know. Does Arena have a best of 3 limited environment? Yeah. It has traditional drafts. Oh, there is construction going on across the street. It might have just been that. That's probably fine. Let's keep talking about magic cards. Shady Traveler. Tuna black for a common human werewolf. It's a 2/3 with menace. Daybound, and at night it becomes a 4/4 menace. That's a bit better. I mean, its Daybound Menace isn't awesome, but it's an okay blocker with that 3 toughness and becomes a little bit better later on. Yeah, it's just kind of fine. It's still like a C- for it. Yeah. Move on. Stromkirk Blood Thief. 2 and a black for an uncommon vampire rogue. It's a 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target vampire you control. Okay, so this wants to be in the black-red deck. Yeah, it's okay. That's still like a C- for Stromkirk Blood Thief. Next, Baneblade Scoundrel, 3 and a black for an uncommon human rogue werewolf. It's a 4/3. Whenever Baneblade Scoundrel becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 till end of turn. That's fantastic. It's Daybound, and it transforms into a Baneclaw Marauder. It's a 5/4. Whenever it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 till end of turn. And whenever a creature blocking Baneclaw Marauder dies, that creature's controller loses a life. That's better. Again, that 4 mana, 4/3 is where you want to be for the vanilla stats. But it just attacks very well with this by weakening blocking creatures. Yeah, C+ for Baneblade Scoundrel. Next, Bat Whisperer. 3 and a black for a common vampire. It's a 4/2. Whenever a Bat Whisperer enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. So you can sometimes get a 4/2 plus a 1/1 flyer. That's kind of okay. It only happens like once. Yeah, I think just a C- for Bat Whisperer. That 2 toughness just kills it. We'll move on. Giza! Glorious Resurrector. 2 black for a legendary human wizard at rare. It's a 4/4. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Fantastic. And at the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature cards exiled with Giza Glorious Resurrector onto the battlefield under your control. The gain decayed. What the fuck? That rules. So you just get your opponent's exiled creatures, and you get to use them once. I love that. That's super fucking good. Giza's another A. This is another one of those creature cards where your opponent's like, I have to deal with that, or it's going to be bad. And if you manage to get a card that has a really powerful ability, you can just choose to not attack with it and use its ability. Love it. A. Next, Blood Tithe Collector. 4 and a black for a Vampire Noble at uncommon. It's a 3/4 flying. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent discards a card. Not bad. I like that a little bit more. I'll give that one a C. Being able to hit a card out of their hand right away feels good. Next card is Diregraph Horde. 4 black for a common zombie. It's a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed. And when you do, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. Yeah. Okay. So basically this one card gets you 3 zombies right away. That's solid. And you get to exile some potentially meaningful cards from your opponent. That's another C for a Diagraph Horde. Next, Morkrut Behemoth, 4 and a black for a common zombie giant. It's a 7/6. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 1 and a black, and it's menace. Jesus. That's actually like solid top end. So you get like a 7 mana, 7/6 menace. Or you can sack some zombie token and get a 7/6 menace out for 5 mana. That seems actually really, really good. Yeah, for like a top end finisher, solid. C. Next up, Dreadhound. 4 black for a demon dog at uncommon. It's a 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. And whenever a creature dies or a creature card is put into a graveyard from a library, each opponent loses 1 life. Yep. Again, this solid. C. And the final black card is Lord of the Forsaken. 4 black for a mythic demon. 6/6, flying, trample. 1 black, sacrifice another creature. Target player mills 3 cards. Or pay 1 life, add a colorless mana. Spend this mana only to cast spells from your graveyard. Oh, okay. Fucking fantastic. That's just an A+ for Lord of the Forsaken. What? Okay, so far, black is incredible. Black just seems like the best color. Are you kidding me? Like 6 removal spells, board wipes, card advantage, just so much ridiculous stuff going on in there. Black seems stupidly good. Well, let's keep it going. Let's move on to red. First up, the Falconwrath Pitfighter. A 2/1 vampire warrior for only 1 red mana at rare. 1 in a red, discard a card, sacrifice a vampire, draw 2 cards, but activate this only if an opponent lost life this turn. That's not bad. And basically, it kind of allows you to cash in your 1-drop later on if you manage to get your opponent to lose any life. Yeah, I like her. That's a B. The Real Jesus 386. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming to the stream. Next is Immolation. For 1 red mana, target creature gets +2/-2. You can use it to spot removal. Not a whole lot of creatures only have 2 toughness though, so I don't think I'd main deck it. But you can kind of use this as a pseudo deadweight. C- for Immolation. I'd be happy to sideboard some of these. Next, Light Up the Night. This is a rare sorcery for X and red. Light Up the Night deals X damage to any target. It deals X +1 if that target was a creature or planeswalker. It also has Flashback. 3 in a red, remove X loyalty counters from among planeswalkers you control. If you cast the spell this way, X cannot be 0. It's a fireball. It's fireball +1. Well, it's more like disintegrate +1. That's scary. Because you could use this as just a big finisher and blast your opponent for like 5-6 damage in the late game. Or if you need to make sure you're taking out creatures, that's an option too. Fucking, yeah, great. I think it's an A for Light Up the Night. Yeah, just an A. It's also super splashable. I don't know what the fixing is going to be like in this set, but I would have one red source just to be able to go light up the night in any other deck. Yep, hey. Lunar Frenzy is another X and red spell, only it's an instant and uncommon. Target creature you control gets +X/+O, first strike, and trample until end of turn. That's a solid combat trick. Obviously, very, very good and much better on the aggressive side. That seems fine. That seems like a C, maybe C+ to me. Next, Play with Fire. 1 red mana, uncommon instant. Deal 2 damage to any target. If a player was dealt damage this way, scry 1. It's Super Shock. So there's no reason to ever play Shock ever again. This is just better. Yep. Alright, I mean, I'd be happy having one of these in my deck. I don't know about more than one. Because again, it's only 2 damage. And it kind of depends on your opponent's deck. It's still a B, though. Still a B. Next, raise the effigy for 1 red at instant common. Choose one. Destroy target artifact or target attacking creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Yeah, still kind of a sideboard card, I think, because that destroy target artifact is more important than giving a creature +2/+2 till end of turn. Sideboard D. Next up, Voldaren Stinger. A common at 1 red mana, Vampire Warrior, 1/1. It has first strike as long as it's attacking, and you can pay 2 and a red to give it +2/+0 until the end of turn. Alright. For aggressive 1-drops, I think that's okay. I'd be happy playing at least one of them. C- for Voldaren Stinger. Requiem for Dreams. Thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. Next up, Abandon the Post. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. Up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn, and it has flashback, 3 and a red. Again, if I'm playing either red-black aggressive deck or white-red aggressive deck, I'd be fine with this. Does help make sure you can get in there? Yeah, I like it. You can cast it more than once. If you couldn't cast this more than once, I would not want this in the deck, but I like it, yeah. Probably still like a D+ for Abandon the Post, but it certainly has its place. Next, it's another adversary. It's the Bloodthirsty Adversary. 1 and a red for a mythic vampire. 2/2 with haste. And when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and a red any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many +1/+1 counters on Bloodthirsty Adversary, then exile up to that many instant or sorcery cards with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard and copy them. You may cast them without paying their mana costs. Jesus Christ. So it's a 2/2 with haste at the beginning of the game. Or in the late game, even paying just 5 allows you to copy one of your spells in the graveyard? Fucking hell, man. These cards are ridiculously good. Easy A for a Bloodthirsty Adversary. Wow. Damn. Alright, next up. Cathartic Pyre. 1 and a red for an uncommon instant. Choose one. Deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. I like that. I know, like 2 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature is about right, but also having the option to discard and draw cards when you don't have a target for it, I like that as an option. Let's be real though. You want to be able to hold on to this to get the extra 3 damage whenever you can, though. Like, this second option is if you're in dire straits and you're like missing land drops or something and you desperately need to find them. But for the most part, the deal 3 damage and remove something is too good. I like it though. B. Next up. Another curse. Curse of Shaken Faith. 1 in a red for a curse at rare. Enchant player. Whenever enchanted player casts a spell other than the first spell they cast each turn or copies a spell, it deals 2 damage to them. I'm not into it. Yeah, it just seems... This seems like a constructed card to get against control players. Yeah. This seems like F for limited. I don't think you're going to get enough damage out of this, even with the Nightbound stuff, to really get value. Yeah, it seems like a constructor card. I wouldn't want to play this at all. Next up, Falcon Wrath Perforator. 1 in a red for a vampire common. It's a 2/1. And whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to defending player. Okay, well, there's a way to make sure you get that a lot of the black cards that get extra bonuses if your opponent lost life this turn. There you go. Solid. D+. Festival Crasher. 1 in a red for a devil at common. It's a 1/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Festival Crasher gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Ah, there we go. Now there's the red-blue payoff. I actually like this guy more than the flyer, just because he's cheaper and you can get in there way faster. It's definitely a build-around card, though. It's like a build-around C. Like, you want this in your blue-red deck. But, yeah, nice. Next is Flame Channeler. 1 in red for a human wizard at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Okay. When a spell you control deals damage, transform it. Okay. And it becomes the embodiment of flame. Whenever a spell you control deals damage, put a flame counter on the embodiment of flame. You can pay 1, remove a flame counter from embodiment of flame, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn, and she's a 3/3. That fucking rules. I'm into her. Literal gas. Dude, that's so good. If you got enough damage spells, you get something bigger and you're setting yourself up for some card advantage. Embodiment of Flame Channeler, Embodiment Flame is excellent. I would say B. B for Flame Channeler. Lambbolt Harrier is next. 1 in a red for a common wolf. That's a 2/2. And for 3 in a red, target creature can't block this turn. That's a good boy. D for good boy. Obsessive Astronomer. 1 in a red for an uncommon human wizard. That's also a 2/2. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day when the Obsessive Astronomer enters the battlefield. And whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. That's kind of okay. I mean, see, it's a 2/2 for 2, and you're always happy to have that, and you could potentially get some upside with it. But for the most part, it's a C. Next, Smoldering Egg. 1 in a red for a dragon egg creature at rare. It's a 0/4 defender. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a number of ember counters on Smoldering Egg equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Then, if Smoldering Egg has 7 or more ember counters on it, remove them and then transform it into the Ashmouth Dragon, a 4/4 flyer, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Ashmouth Dragon deals 2 damage to any target. So this is like it's like Thing in the Ice. I'd be happy to play this. I would say A minus. I like that it gets ember counters equal to the mana cost of the spell, and not just like one counter per spell. If there's one counter per spell, it would not be good. But because it's mana cost, I think you can get there pretty quick in a blue-red deck with like enough cantrips to help cycle through. That's a fun card. Like this would make me want to draft blue-red. I like it. A minus for Smoldering Egg. I'm not gonna go like A or A plus just because like if you don't get the spells for it, then you just got like a dumb 0-4 that's not really going anywhere. But for the most part, for 4 toughness, it's going to be around and your opponent's going to want to deal with it, ideally before it transforms, I imagine. But it's good. I like it. Next up, Stolen Vitality. I hate this art. 1 and a red for a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. If it's your turn, that creature gains Trample until end of turn. Otherwise, it gains First Strike. I actually dig that. For a combat trick, either help make sure you're pushing through for damage, or if you're defensive, getting +3/+1 and First Strike, like you're gonna take out whatever it is you're blocking. That's a better combat trick than most, just because it has those options for either offensive or defensive. Nice. C minus. C minus for Stolen Vitality. Next, Thermo Alchemist, a reprint. 1 and a red, human shaman at uncommon, 0-3 defender. You can tap it to deal 1 damage to each opponent, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, untap Thermo Alchemist. Once again, it's a build around card for spells matter, but in those spells matter cards, it's great. C. Brimstone Vandal, 2 and a red for a devil at common. It's a 2-3. It has menace. If it's neither day or night, Brimstone Vandal makes it day. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Well, that's a little less exciting. It is a 2-3 menace, and that's just kind of okay. Well, it's right where you want to be for stats, but I don't think its day-night ability is going to be all that relevant, so probably just a C for Brimstone Vandal. Next is Electric Revelation. 2 and a red for an instant, a common. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards. And as a flashback for 4. So this is Thrilling Possibility. Only has flashback. But costs more mana? Man, I'm just still not convinced that your decks are going to need much raw card draw. I am worried that I'm going to be super wrong on that. But I just think there's going to be enough going on with being able to put your mana somewhere that you don't really need this. I think it's a D. But maybe your spell's meta deck will want it. Next up, Geist Flame Reservoir, 2 to red for a rare artifact. Okay, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a charge counter on Geist Flame Reservoir, and then you can pay 1 in the red and tap it, remove any number of charge counters from Geist Flame Reservoir to deal that much damage to any target, or 1 in the red, tap it, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. I don't know. Having to get this out for 3 mana doesn't make me super excited about it. I feel like for the most part, if you're spending the mana to exile the top card of your library, you're going down on mana, reducing the likelihood of you being able to play the card on the top of your library. I mean, if it's a land, of course, you just put it out. I don't know about this one. I could I could end up being super wrong about it in a blue-red deck. But I think it's just going to be too slow and be too mana intensive for it to really pay off. I think it's a D- for Geist Flame Reservoir. Someone's going to play it against me, though, and find some way to make it work with a bunch of cantrips and just blast my entire ass away with it. But I don't think it's going to be that great. I'll move on. Harvesttide Infiltrator. Tuner red for human werewolf at common. It's a 3/2 trample. Daybound, and at night it becomes a 4/4 trample. Yep. Well, that sure is a common werewolf for your red-green common deck. Or red-green werewolf deck. See? Next. Moon Rager's Slash. Tuner red, instant at common. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it's night, and it deals 3 damage to any target. All right. I mean, 3 mana, deal 3 to any target isn't great, but if it's night, 1 mana, deal 3 to any target is fantastic. So this is just like nickname Nightling Bolt. Yeah, Nightling Bolt. Best way to say it. I like it. I'd say it's a B-. I think it's common, too. That's really surprising. Yeah, I would not be unhappy putting as many of these into my deck as I want. Neonate's Rush. Tuner red. Instant at common. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a vampire. And it deals 1 damage to target creature and 1 damage to its controller, and you draw a card. All right. Depending on the opponent, this could potentially take out creatures. You can also use this post-combat. Yeah, 2 though. Man, I don't think I like it. I think it's a D- for Neonate's Rush. I think there's better ways to spend your mana. 1 damage isn't enough. Like, look at the commons. Like, deal 3 to take something out, or deal 1 to something, 1 to the opponent, and get to draw a card. I don't think it's enough. Next. Pax Betrayal. 2 to red sorcery, common. Gain control of target creature until end of turn, and it gains haste. Untap it. If you control a wolf or a werewolf, scry 2. The old classic steal creature from the opponent in red. I don't foresee this being as powerful in this set as it was in Forgotten Realms. Probably a D. It is. Yeah, we'll say D. Moving on. Reckless Stormseeker. 2 to red. For a human werewolf that's rare, it's a 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste. Okay. So it's like Vampire Spawn with upside, and it's daybound. And at night, it becomes the Storm Charge Slasher, a 3/4. Where at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0, trample, and haste until end of turn. That rules. I love how, like, she's clearly, like, experimenting with a jetpack, and then it fails and just became a werewolf. Fucking, that's great. I think it's an easy A- for Reckless Stormseeker. And I love that she targets herself, which means you cast her out on 3, go to combat, make her to a 3/3 haste, and you get to attack in right away. Fantastic. A, Reckless Stormseeker. Next up, Dispel Rune Painter. 2 in a red for human, shaman, werewolf at uncommon. It's a 2/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. But it's also daybound. At night, it becomes a Spell Rune Howler, where it's a 3/4. Anytime you cast an instant or sorcery, it gets +2/+2. until end of turn. Well, this side is significantly better than this side. More blue-red spells pay off. C+ for that one. Next, a Voldaren Ambusher. 2 in a red for a Vampire Archer at uncommon. It's a 2/2. And when it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, it deals X damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of vampires you control, which is at least 1 because you're casting this Voldaren Ambusher. Okay. In like a red-black vampire aggressive deck, you can cast this post-combat and finish off one of the blockers your opponent's played. That seems okay. We'll give it a C for the Ambusher. Next up, Ardent Elementalist. 3 in a red. For a common human shaman, it's only a 2/1, but when it enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Very good. C+. Next. Famished Foragers. 3 in a red for a 4/3 vampire that's common. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, add red, red, red. And then for 2 in a red, discard a card, draw a card. That's cute. So if you manage to actually get in some damage against your opponent, you can play this and then be able to follow up with a second spell right away, potentially going from Nightbound back to Daybound. Or if you have no other spell to cast, you can then just discard a card and draw a card. I like it most for that double spell opportunity. I like it. I think it's probably just a C for Famished Foragers. It's still like a 4-mana 4/3 with slight upside. And sometimes you can double spell off it, and sometimes you can get a 4/3 Rummage. Yeah, just a C for Famished Foragers. Next is the Fangblade Brigand. 3 in a red for a human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 3/4. You can pay 1 in a red to give it +1/+0 and first strike till end of turn, which is excellent. But it can also transform into the Fangblade Eviscerator, making it into a 4/5 werewolf. 1 in a red, it gets +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. Or for 4 in a red, all creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. That's fucking great. I like this guy a lot. I think it's a B- for Fangblade Brigand. The reason being, like, a 3/4 that can easily bring itself up to a 4/4 first strike when it attacks is awesome, and you can pay that multiple times. It can attack in as a 5/4 first strike with this mana on board. And then if you're ever able to transform it, I mean, you can attack with this, pay the mana to pump it and make it first strike. And if you do that, well, then you don't cast any spells, and then it just transforms into its night version already. I like this guy a lot. Yeah, I think it's a B- for Fangblade Brigand. Next up, the Moonveil Regent. 3 in a red for a mythic rare dragon. It's a 4/4 flyer. Okay, so you get a 4/4 flyer for 4. Sure, fuck it, why not? Whenever you cast a spell, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each of that spell's colors. Okay. And then when Moonveil Regent dies, it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. This card's incredible. A+. Getting a 4/4 flyer out for only 4 mana alone is ridiculously good. Like, that is stupidly good. And then whenever you cast a spell, you may discard your hand. You could literally have discard 0, and you still get to draw a card because you already cast a spell. And then when it dies, you probably get to deal like an extra 1/2 damage to something. Yeah, I think it's great. If nothing else, as a 4 mana 4/4 flyer, it is extremely powerful. A+ for Moonveil Regent. Next, Sunstreak Phoenix, 2 red. Uh-oh. More, is it Phoenixes? It's a Phoenix at Mythic Rare. It's a 4/2 flyer. When it's neither day or night, it becomes day when Sunstreak Phoenix enters the battlefield. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may pay 1 in a red. If you do, return Sunstreak Phoenix from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh, okay. It's a bit of a clunkier Phoenix compared to like any of the other Phoenix cards that Izzet has before. I mean, it's still good. It's still a 4/2 flyer that can recur itself. I like it. Still an A- for it. Moonveil Regent's better, but still good. Next, Tavern Ruffian, 3 in a red for a human warrior werewolf at common, and it's a 2/5. But if you transform it, it's a 6/5. That's significantly better. I mean, a 4-mana 6/5. If you can get this out when it's night, is very good. I guess it like just kind of blocks well until you're ready to let it go ape shit. It's bad at day, amazing when it's night. And I don't know how I feel about it. I guess a C for it? I could be super wrong though. And if it's easier to get Nightbound than I realized, then this easily goes up to a C+. If it's harder to get Nightbound than I think, this goes down to a C-. Next card, Burn Down the House. 3 red for a sorcery at rare. Choose one. Burn Down the House deals 5 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, or create 3 1/1 red devil creature tokens with when it dies. Deal 1 damage to any target. They gain haste until end of turn. Oh, okay, so a red damage-based board wipe. Just deal 5 to everything. This is certainly something you want more in a red-blue deck than any other aggro deck, because you don't want to wipe your own creatures. That's damage-based. But maybe you're playing like a blue-red more control deck. 5 damage to everything is a lot. That's great. B+ for Burn Down the House. Less enthused about the red devil creature tokens, but that is an option. B+. Next. Burn the Accursed. 4 in a red, instant at common. Burn the Accursed deals 5 damage to target creature and 2 damage to that creature's controller. And if that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Okay. That exile part is very important. It's still a 5-mana deal 5, so it's on the expensive side, but I do like that it exiles. It's probably still a C+ for Burn the Accursed. I wouldn't prioritize taking this damage-based removal spell compared to the other damage-based removal spells just based on mana cost alone, but if you really need to make sure something dies, it'll get you there. C+. Hey, Coreflux. Thanks for the resub. Next, Mounted Dread Knight. 4 in a red, Vampire Knight. A common. It's a 5/4 trample. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn. That's solid. 5 mana for a 5/4 trample is good, and 5 mana for a 6/5 trample is just a little bit better. I'd play this either way happily. C. Just a solid C for Mounted Dread Knight. Next. Purifying Dragon. 3 red for a dragon at uncommon. It's 4/3 at flying. Whenever Purifying Dragon attacks, it deals 1 damage to target creature defending player controls. And if it's zombie, deal 2 damage instead. Is this just Daenerys' dragon from Game of Thrones? This card's okay. Versus zombies, great. Anything that's not zombies, that 1 damage probably won't really matter. Just kind of okay. probably give like a C- for Purifying Dragon. Becomes a C+ if you're facing zombies. Seize the Storm, 4 and a red for an uncommon sorcery. Create a red elemental creature token with trample, and this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, plus the number of cards with flashback you own in exile. And it has flashback, 6 and a red. Holy shit. Well, there's another Is It Spells payoff. Power and toughness? Holy fuck, I like that a lot. Seize the Storm rules. B. If you can get this out, even at least as like a 4/4 power, 4/4 with trample, great. Flash it back. Now it's a 5/5 trample with the second one. Yeah, I like that card. I like that card a lot. B for Seize the Storm. And Village Watch, 4 and a red for a human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 4/3 haste. But at night, wolves and werewolves you control have haste, and it's a 5/4. I'm not stoked about that at that cost. I think it's like a D+ for Village Watch. Like at 5 mana, I think I need something a little more impactful than that. So red. Red looks good. Like, gonna pair very well with blue. And obviously pair super well with black for that aggro. Weirdly, I don't feel like it pairs as well with white. Like if you're going white-red aggro, I think you want more of your white cards to be carrying the aggressive side with reds to support it. Which is interesting. I could be super wrong on that, but that's how it felt. Red looks good. All right, we're getting there, everyone. Next up is green. This is where we're going to see a lot of the werewolves. Let's go. Contortionist Troop. X and a green for a human and uncommon. It's a 0/0 that enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. And then it has Coven, where it put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. These kind of cards are clunky. I mean, I like that it has X, so you can kind of use it to set up your Coven for whatever power you need. It's like Ivy Elemental. See, the thing is with cards like this, to make its power and toughness worth it, it's not worth casting until you put at least 4 mana into it. Because you pay the 1 green and 3X, then you got a 3 mana. You got a 4 mana 3/3. Otherwise, you're paying 3 mana for a 2/2 or 2 mana for a 1/1. That's not what you want. Yeah, I'm not big on these cards. I can see in a world where it's helpful to help set up the Coven, and like, yeah, I can put a +1/+1 counter on this or anything else, but I still don't love it. I think it's a D+ for Contortionist. Next, Death Bonnet Sprout. Oh, look at this little guy. 1 green for a fungus at uncommon. It's a 1/1. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. Then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, transform it. Oh, what does the little guy become? Oh, horrifying. Okay. It becomes the Death Bonnet Hulk, a 3/3 fungus horror. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile a card from your graveyard. If it was a creature card, give it a +1/+1 counter. That's adorable. I love them. C+. I think I'd rather play this out later than slam dunking it on turn 1, because getting 3 creatures into a graveyard instead of just casting them feels a bit worse, especially for green, because green doesn't have that much disturb. But I like them. Next, Starling Wolf. A common wolf that's a 1/1 for 1. But you can pay 1 into green to give it +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Yeah, it's kind of a filler card. I'll still say a D for Snarling Wolf. Do +1/+1 counter stay on it if it transforms back into day? Well, this one is not daybound or nightbound. It just transforms yes or no. Next, Turn the Earth. 1 green for an uncommon instant. Choose up to 3 target cards in graveyards. The owners of those cards shuffle them into their libraries. You gain 2 life. Flashback for 1 in a green. That's like a D- for this. I don't think that's really what you want to do with graveyard effects. Maybe as potential sideboard use if your opponent really cares about graveyard and you want to hinder them, but I don't think so. D- for Tune the Earth. Willowgeist. 1 green for a rare Treefolk Spirit. It's a 1/1 trample. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Willowgeist. And then when Willowgeist dies, you gain life equal to its power. Maybe green has a lot of ways of getting cards to leave your graveyard, aside from the usual disturb a flashback stuff. But really, not until this thing's like a 4/4 trample is all that worth it. That just kind of seems okay. I think Willowgeist is like a C. Maybe C- even. Move on. Bramble Armor. 1 in a green for a common artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, attach a target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. Equip cost 4. No. Nah, this just isn't what you want. D for Bramble Armor. Next. Duel for Dominance. 1 in a green for a common instant. Coven. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, put a +1/+1 counter on chosen creature you control, then they fight. Okay, so this is 1 in a green for a fight. And if you have Coven, your guy also gets a +1/+1 counter. Okay. Instant Rabid Bite. It's not Rabid Bite because it's a fight spell, not a bite. You're not dealing your creatures damage, they fight. But, I mean, it's a fight card and you're going to want them in your deck, so it's still like a B-. Just for the fight. And then if you happen to get the Coven for the +1/+1 counter, it gets a little bit better. Yeah, B-. Harvesttide Sentry is next. 1 in a green human warrior at common. It's a 3/1 that also has Coven. That says, Coven, Harvesttide Sentry can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. Which makes sense, because then it attacks in better as a 3/1. Yeah, that's fine. It's a 2-drop, D+. Next. Might of the Old Ways. 1 in a green instant, a black target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Coven, draw a card. It's important to note that the Coven check happens after the spell is cast. So one of your creatures that you pump could then activate the Coven, so then you can trip it. Even then, it's just still kind of a mediocre combat trick. It's still just a D. Next. Outland Liberator. 1 in a green human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Pay 1, sacrifice the Outland Liberator, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Green got one of these too? But it also can transform at night into the Frenzied Trap Breaker. You pay 1 to sacrifice it to destroy target artifact or enchantment, or whenever Frenzied Trap Breaker attacks, destroy target artifact or enchantment defending player controls as a 3/3. That's a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, it's a 2/2 with some potential upside. That's another C for Outland Liberator. Next up, Pestilent Wolf. 1 and a green for a wolf at common. It's a 2/2. 2 and a green, it gains Death Touch until end of turn. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. I mean, if you're going to have a 2-drop, it can attack an early, and then when you need to be defensive about it, making it have Death Touch. Yeah. That's a solid, just a C- for Pestilent Wolf. Hey, Hopin' Guy, welcome to the stream. Next card is Plummet. 1 and a green, destroy target creature with flying. Sideboard card. Moving on. They have Plummet and Return to Nature? 1 and a green, destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard. That exile target card from a graveyard is much more relevant in this set than most sets Return to Nature exists in. I still think it's a sideboard card. Especially if you're facing, like, blues enchantment-based removal or whites enchantment-based removal, or if they got a lot of disturb or flashback. I still don't foresee myself main decking this. Both sideboard. Next, Tapping at the Window. That's an awesome card name. 1 and a green for common sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard. And it has flashback for 2 and a green to do it again. So it's like an Anticipate to help you find a creature card and help fill your graveyard. Which is kind of okay, though. I don't like that it's sorcery speed. In fact, I really don't like that it's sorcery speed. Yeah, I'm going to D+ it. Taking away your mana like that just kind of makes you a little bit more vulnerable. So I'd say D+ for Tapping at the Window. Next, Timberland Guide. 1 and a green for Human Scout at common. It's a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Now that I like a lot, because he can target himself, so you got a 2/2 for 2. And if you got something else you'd like more, you can help get a +1/+1 counter on there. And him being a 1/1 and you putting that +1/+1 counter somewhere, this guy is going to be a great enabler for Coven. So he's going to be solid. He's a C. Next is Augur of Autumn. 1 green for a rare human druid. It's a 2/3. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands from the top of your library. And then with Coven, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Oh, she's wonderful. We've seen these kinds of effects before, but just being able to play cards from the top of your library helps get you through your deck so much faster, and that is huge. And again, it's a 2/3. Those stats are relevant. I like her. She's a B+. You think Coven is going to be the weakest mechanic of the set? I agree. Just because it's going to be hard to have that many creatures out, all with different powers, and like get those triggers off. You saw this guy's dick somewhere? Lots of people have. You aren't special. Just ask your mom. Next is Bird Admirer. 2 and a blue for Human Archer Werewolf at common. 1 and a 4 with reach. That's it. But at night, it becomes a 3/5 reach. Yeah. That's not very good. This is another one of those sideboard cards that for some reason your opponent is representing a lot of flyers, but this is like filler at best. It's like a D-, I think. By powers, does it mean flying, trample, lifelink? No, they mean the power, like their attack power. Next, Bounding Wolf. 2 and a green for Wolf at common. It's a 3/2 with flash and reach. That's a good boy. Just going bork and trying to catch a bat in his mouth. That is adorable. I love him. I don't know. Sure. C- for Bounding Wolf. It's a 3/2 with upside and utility. But if you play it with a flash to stop a flying creature, you have to shout "Bork" as you do it. Next, Briar Bridge Tracker. 2 and a green. Oh, classic. It's a 2/3 vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, investigate. And as long as you control a token of any kind, it gets +2/+0. So for 3 mana, she comes down as a 4/3 vigilance. That fucking rules. And then you can sack that token, draw a card later. If you got any other token creature out, she gets +2/+0. That's wonderful. It's a B+ for a Briar Bridge Tracker. Next up is Clear Shot. 2 and a green for an instant and uncommon. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Then it deals its damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So this is your Hunter's Mark. This is a bite. It's only 3 mana though, which just makes another really good removal spell for green. So B+. You'll want these in your green decks. Next, Dawnheart Mentor. 2 and a green. Human Warlock at uncommon. It's only a 0/4. But when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. And has Coven. 5 and green. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. So, on its own, the Human Warlock gets 2/3 of the way there, because you have a 0/4 and a 1/1. That's 6 mana to activate it, though. I feel like once you get to 6 mana, you have more things to worry about or better ways to spend your mana than just giving something +3/+3. I'm not high on it. I think this is a D+. I could be wrong though. Just because I'm not sold on Coven, especially like a 6 mana sink for that late in the game. Yeah, I think it's a D+. But I could end up being super wrong on it depending on how the games play out. We'll move on. Dryad's Revival. 2 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. And as flashback, 4 and a green. Do it again. Yep. We've seen these kind of effects before. It's not bad. It's like again, the flashback, the fact that you can do it more than one helps make sure you're not going behind on tempo or card advantage. This is a C-, I think. Is what I would guess. Next, Eccentric Farmer. 2 and a green for a human peasant at common. It's a 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Then you may return a land card from your graveyard to your hand. Solid. Just kind of helps make sure you're getting a land drop in whichever land you need. Yeah, that seems okay. Like, that's certainly playable. It's like a C-. Next up, Hound Tamer. 2 and a green for Human World at uncommon. It's a 3/3 trample. And for 3 and a green, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature? That's amazing. 3/3 trample for 3, plus you can start putting counters on stuff? What does it do at night? Untamed Pup. 4/4 trample. Other wolves and werewolves you control have trample. And for 4 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Holy fuck. This is fantastic. This is an easy B, maybe B+. I think it's B+. Like, it's on curve 3/3 trample for 3 that just gets better later on. Especially if you're running werewolves. Yeah. B+ for that Hound Tamer. Next, Howl of the Hunt. 2 and a green for an aura with flash enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, if the enchanted creature was a wolf or a werewolf, untap it, and it gets +2/+2 and vigilance. Not bad. So you can kind of use this on your opponent's combat if they're swinging in to like kind of surprise them, untap one of your wolves and get a good block. That's okay. C-, I think, for Howl of the Hunt. The vigilance part isn't as exciting, but you can basically just kind of use this to set up your opponent for making one of your dogs bigger. That's okay. Next, Path to the Festival. 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Search your library for a basic land. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Then, if there are 3 or more basic land types among lands you control, scry one. Alright. And it has flashback 4 and a green to do it again. So it's just kind of like a 3-mana fixer. If you're splashing a card, this is a means to go out and find it. Didn't really see much else in the way of fixing or splashing. Man, 3 mana at sorcery speed though. Yeah, you pretty much only really want this in your deck if you are splashing for something. Otherwise, you're really not ramping all that well. And there are just better ways. Like the scry one doesn't really matter. There are better ways of spending your mana. Yeah, only play this card if you're going to be splashing. D. Next is the Primal Adversary. Here's Green's Adversary. 2 and a green for a wolf at Mythic Rare. It's a 4/3 with trample for 3 mana? You gotta be kidding me. And when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 and a green any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many +1/+1 counters on Primal Adversary, of course. Then up to that many target lands you control become 3/3 wolf creatures with haste. I was thinking to myself, green doesn't have enough good stuff. Mono green should just be better. The card's amazing. A 3-mana 4/3 trample that can be bigger and you get extra land creatures out of it. That's fucking awesome. Primal Adversary is an A+. You're happy to cast this whenever. Alright, moving on. Brood Weaver. 3 and a green for a spider uncommon. 2 for a reach, and then whenever Brood Weaver dies, make a 1/2 green spider creature token with reach. That's okay. Yeah, that's just kind of okay. I think it's a D+. More of a sideboard card than anything else. Again, just because of the reach. Yeah, Brood Weaver, D+. Next up is Dawnheart Rejuvenator. 3 and a green for Human Warlock at common. It's a 2/4. When it enters the battlefield, gain 3 life. And has add 1 mana of other color. There's the mana fixer. And it's got the relevant stats. The 3 life is kind of whatever, but it's got enough toughness to stick around and help make sure you get your other color that you need. It's okay. Yeah, I agree, Jugon. I would much rather play the Dawnheart Rejuvenator than the Path to the Festival. It is not a ramp card. It's a fixer. I mean, this is the kind of guy that you'd only want this in your deck if you have an incredibly powerful splash card or your blue-green. Because you don't really want this in your green-white. You don't want this in your green-red werewolves. Like, you just want to be more aggressive than that. But maybe in green-black as well. But yeah, this card should not show up in your red-green or your white-green decks. Next. Defend the Celestus. 2 green-green for an instant uncommon. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. That's okay. I can set up Coven. Just kind of seems alright. 4 mana gives 1 creature permanently +3/+3. I'm not crazy about it. I think it's a C-. Yeah. C- for that one. Next is Sereth, the Viper's Fang. 2 green for a legendary human warlock at rare. It's a 3/4. Other tapped creatures you control have Death Touch. Other untapped creatures you control have Hexproof. And you can pay 1, tap Sereth, untap another target creature or land you control. This card's great. It's a 3/4 for 4 mana, which is already good for stats. It makes all of your attacking creatures have Death Touch. And then if you need to protect them, you can untap them to make them untap so they have Hexproof instead. This card's great. I like her a lot. I think she's an A. Yeah, I think that's an A. It also makes her a lightning rod. Since all your other untapped creatures have Hexproof, their opponent's going to want to deal with her first. Next up, Shadow Beast Sighting. 3 and a green, sorcery. Make a 4/4 beast. Flashback, 6 and a green. I like it. It's a, it's a beast creature that you can get out that you can make sure you cast twice. Yeah, that's great. C+. You could also tap a blocker. She does not tap creatures, so she only untaps another target creature or land you control. Next, Burly Breaker. 3 green, human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 6/5 for 1. Tap your blocker after it's declared. She can only untap, not tap target creature. So this is already a 6/5 for 5 mana. And it transforms into the Dire Strain Demolisher, an 8/7 with Ward 3. Okay, so this just gets bigger and better no matter what. That's a solid top end card. I think it's a C+. Next, Candlelit Cavalry. 4 and a green for a 5/5 human knight at common. And if you have Coven, trample. Yeah, that's not as exciting. Again, the likelihood of you having Coven is pretty low, so for the most part, you're getting a 5 mana 5/5 for 5. I think it's a D for Candlelit Cavalry. Ooh, next is Consuming Blob. 3 green for a mythic rare ooze. Consuming Blob's power is equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. At the beginning of your end step, create a green ooze creature with this creature's powers. Oh my god. It just makes another one of itself at your own end step, so that happens right away on your turn. Holy shit. Consume. Dude, Consuming Blob is fantastic. So, at minimum, let's say you're likely to have probably 3 cards in your graveyard. A creature, a sorcery, and an instant, typically. So for 5 mana, you get a 3/4, and at your end step, you create a second 3/4. That alone is fantastic. And then it can get bigger and better if you get more cards into your graveyard. And every end step, you're just making another ooze. Consuming Blob is amazing. A+. A+ for Consuming Blob. Next, Tireless Howler. 4 and a green for human werewolf at common. It's a 4/5 vigilance. And at night, it's a 6/6 vigilance. Yeah, I mean, that's sure is a guy. If you need a 5-drop, there you go. D. Next, unnatural growth. 1 green, 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 green. An enchantment. At the beginning of each combat, double the power and toughness of each creature you control until end of turn. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know how viable drafting mono green is going to be. My Timmy Hart loves this card. Oh yeah, it's a Timmy card. I mean, I can see this showing up in constructed mono green standard decks. If you can draft mono green, this card's pretty fucking good. You likely won't be able to do that though, and the 4 green makes this card near unplayable. I think it's an F just because of its mana cost. But there will be people who get to sneak it out and get to play it and feel good about it. This will be another achievement. Cast Unnatural Growth. Next. Ren in 7. 3 green green for the legendary Planeswalker Ren. 5 loyalty, +1. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. 0. Put any number of land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. -3. Create a green tree folk creature token with reach, and its power and toughness is equal to the number of lands you control. Makes sense. And -8. Return all permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. So if you've got flashback and disturb creatures, that +1 becomes incredibly powerful. But for the most part, Ren and 7 cost 3 green green, so right when you cast them, you can -3 it, and you've got a 5/5 token right away. That protects it, and then you start finding more lands to make that creature token even bigger. Ren and 7 is excellent. I mean, it's another big planeswalker that protects itself. A for Ren and 7. Easy first pick. Next, Rise of the Ants. Hell yeah. 4 green green for sorcery at uncommon. Create 2 3/3 green insect creature tokens. You gain 2 life. Flashback 6 green green. Do it again. So 6 mana for 6 power, 6 toughness. That's okay. I think it's a C. Finally get some ant cards. I don't like this one as much as I like the beast one. The, what was it, the 4 mana? Yeah, 4 mana, make a 4/4, make a second one for 7 mana. This one at common, I think, is better. I mean, I understand that this gets you 2 though, but I think the mana cost is relevant. And next green card, Storm the Festival. 3 green 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 for a sorcery at rare. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put up to 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Flashback 7 green green green. So this is just bigger collected company. This is a constructed card. The triple green still is going to make it difficult to pay off well in limited, but it's easier to do than 4 green, I guess. That flashback, though. I think it's a C-. Is collected company say permanents? No, collected company is creatures. So this does allow you to hit lands in case you don't find creatures. Or you can find a planeswalker this way. This is going to be a really strong constructed card, I think. But for limited, I think its mana cost is too steep. Next, Tovolar's Huntmaster. 4 green for a human werewolf at rare. It's a 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/2/2 green wolf creature token. That fucking rules. So for 6 mana, you get 10 power and 10 toughness on 3 creatures. And at night, it's a 7/7. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, make 2/2/2 green wolf creature tokens. And you can pay 2 green. Target wolf or werewolf you control fights another one you don't control. Holy shit. Tovolar's amazing. I love him a lot. A+. It's just, you're good casting this on either side. That's super freaking good. Yeah, A+ for Tovolar. Shit. Well, that's all for green. Green has a lot more situational and support cards rather than just being on its own. Like, I feel like green has less just on its own amazing cards compared to like black or red or whatever, but still seems very good. All right, so we still have the artifacts and other shit. I haven't looked at these at all. A Jack-o'-lantern card. A 1-mana artifact for common. Pay 1, tap, sacrifice Jack-o'-lantern. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Draw a card. And then you can exile Jack-o'-lantern from your graveyard to add 1 mana of any color. Alright. So it's kind of like a fixer. I like that you can exile a card, but you also get to draw a card off of it. And then it kind of fixes. This is probably more helpful than sealed than draft. This is like a D, maybe D-. Here's your Jack-o'-lantern. Pithing Needle. I hate this art, but it's a classic card reprinted. A 1-mana rare artifact. When it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. Activated abilities and sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. This is a constructed card. You're not going to be playing this in your draft deck. F. Next, Silverbolt. A 1-mana artifact at common. You can pay 3, tap, sacrifice Silverbolt. It deals 3 damage to target creature, and if a werewolf is dealt damage this way, destroy it. So it's a 4-mana deal 3. Against werewolves, fantastic. For any other deck, if you're hard up for removal, like this card's kind of okay for it. It's like a D+, I think. And then versus werewolves goes up to a C. Next artifact is the Moon Silver Key for 2 mana at uncommon. You can pay 1, tap, sacrifice Moon Silver Key, search your library for an artifact card with a mana ability or a basic land card, reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle. Ugh. It's like a 3-mana fixer. No. I don't think you want this one. Yeah, that's just too much. That's like I think it's an F for Moon Silver Key. Paying 3 mana just to find another land out. Nah. Again, slightly better and sealed, but this is not where you want to be. Next, Mystic Skull, a 2-mana uncommon artifact. Pay 1, add 1 mana of any color. And you can pay 5 and transform it. And you can transform it into a 5/6 with lands you control have add 1 mana of any color. That's a little bit better. So it's not really a true fixer because you still have to pay 1 mana to add 1 mana of any color, so it doesn't really like ramp you or anything like that. I like this guy a little bit more though. 5 mana, 5/6 ain't bad. Not amazing by any means. It's still like a D+, I think. Next, Stuffed Bear. Hilarious. 2-mana artifact. Pay 2. Stuffed Bear becomes a 4/4 green bear artifact creature until end of turn. Alright. Yeah, why not? C-. Next, the Celestis. 3 mana for a legendary rare artifact. If it's either day or night, it becomes day when Celestis enters the battlefield. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Great. And for 3, tap, if it's night, it becomes day, otherwise it becomes night. Activate only as a sorcery. And then whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may gain 1 life. You may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Death Rooster, thanks for the resub. Man, that's a lot of text for something that I was kind of hoping would be a little bit more exciting. You can use the Moonsilver key to grab this. The 3-mana fixer with some utility. That's not bad. If it was just straight up draw a card and not discard a card, I would like it more. I think you'll like this for your control decks and nothing else. So like C+ for control decks. And the last artifact is the Crossroads Candle Guide. 4 mana for an artifact creature, Scarecrow common, it's a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. And you can pay 2 to add 1 mana of any color. So extra expensive fixing. That's a D-. That's a, if you have to play this in your deck, your draft went wrong somewhere. D-. Okay, and that leaves us with the new lands. What do we got? Hostile. Jesus. It's a colorless land at Mythic. So you can pay 1, tap it, and sacrifice a creature. Put a soul counter on hostile. Then if there are 3 more soul counters on it, transform it, activate only as a sorcery, and it becomes the Creeping In. God, those puns. A 3/7 horror construct artifact creature. Whenever Creeping In attacks, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of creature cards exiled with Creeping In. And you can pay 4 to phase it out? I wish this part wasn't sorcery. Because then sacking decay creatures that have already attacked or bad blocks would make it better. And then it's only a 3/7 when it attacks, so basically it drains for 1. Each time it attacks, you drain for more. I don't think I like it. Because even when it starts attacking, it's not great. Like, even 3/7 doesn't hit that hard. And it doesn't drain for enough. I think it's like a D+. I'm not into it. You hate those full art lands? Honestly, I do too. I am not into these black and white lands at all. Any other lands? Oh, they do have Evolving Wilds. Okay. So there is some land fixing. And then I got these new... You guys haven't seen these. These are slow lands. Where they come into play tapped unless you already control 2 or more lands. But it has all my favorite colors. Blue, black, red, black. Hell yeah. Grixis, let's go. But there's also Evolving Wilds. There's also Field of Ruin is back. Do not draft Field of Ruin. This is a constructor card. And then that should be everything. Everything else is just alternate arts. Yeah, so overall thoughts. I actually think this actually looks like it could be a really spicy draft set. Really, really spicy. It does look like black is incredibly powerful. Red also seemed really good. Everyone else, hard to say. Yeah, I did multicolor at the beginning, Tetsuo. I feel like a lot of times when I grade these, I'm usually too... what's the word? Restrained on my review, on my, like, grades. Conservative, thank you. So I'm trying to break free of that. GBH thanks with 100 bits. Thanks for the set review. I'll post a copy of the ratings on the Discord later. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys haven't, you can join the ProJR Discord. Check out the Magic the Gathering section. If you want to know what my ratings were, you can go down there and check them out. Thank you for tracking all that. I appreciate it. I'm really curious to see how my grades always line up to other people who know what they're doing. And more importantly, how my grades on these cards will change as the set goes. Is it weird that I also really want to do like just some red-white aggro? Because the red-white aggro cards are just so fucking good. I mean, granted, most of them are rare uncommon. But still. I liked a lot of the blue-red spells cards, but weirdly, not the blue-red spell cards. I'm least interested in green-white. I'm sorry, I'm least interested in green-white. And green-black. When is this set coming out? It's on Arena on Thursday. And the pre-releases in store are this weekend. So, super fast. Upsettingly fast. Yeah, there you go, guys. Hopefully this was maybe moderately informative. And again, if for nothing else, it helps me be able to look at cards and grade it and kind of make up my mind that way. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a fun draft set. 5 viable color pairs. Hopefully one color isn't so bad or the other colors are so good that they just kind of ignore the others. Are there more planeswalkers to be spoiled? Nope, everything is out evil guy. So like Kaya and Sora and all of them, they'll probably show up in the next set. The vampire set. Alright, I'm going to end the stream because my throat hurts from talking so much. We'll do a raid before we go though. Oh, thanks Lightning Shy, I appreciate it. Let's go raid Garbage Andy, who's currently doing some Goodbye Forgotten Realms drafts. Go ahead with that Pro J raid him out. Show him some love. Be sure to follow if you enjoy his Magic stuff. And yeah, next stream is scheduled for Thursday. Not super sure what we're doing yet. Maybe it'll be magic. Who knows? But I am taking off. Oh, Dr. Bedlam, thanks for coming in with that last minute tier 2 resub. Much appreciated. All right, go enjoy Andy stream, and I'll see you guys all later. Bye, everybody.
Don't mind the set. I enjoy it.